Hello? Hey, shit, yeah. All right, it's on. Welcome in, everybody. Let's fucking go. We are here for our Saturday night edition of the DMZ. And we have got a hell of a lineup for you guys tonight. As you guys saw just a few minutes ago, we got Vigi on the schedule tonight. We got Loodle, we got Game Boy, we got all of y'all's favorites. We also have somebody new coming tonight, Melanie Cosmic Fox, which is apparently a name that some of y'all might recognize from other channels. We got Razor in the house tonight. We got Lucy coming back for a second visit. Most importantly, we also have the coolest cat at the Scratcher Post finally agreed to come along and judge with us. Mr. Confluence himself is going to be backing up our regular pimp in the corner, Doomer Patriot. So again, I think we're going to have a blast tonight, everybody. But I am going to forewarn you guys, as always, we are a rinky-dink operation and we're flying by the seat of our fucking pants. So if anything falls off the rails, please bear with us. We also do have our trusty mods out in the chat, so everybody try to make sure keep it civil out there. All right, this is the DMZ after all. So the fuck you think this is, blood sports? Psh. All right, so let me take a look and see. We've got a couple of debaters who are going to be running a little bit late tonight. 1 2 3 4. Oh fuck. Yeah, okay, hang on. God damn it. Okay, Lucy. Yeah, we are not seeing Lucy's camera. Give me 1 second, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me, and hopefully I'm not coming through on Discord. Big Soda says, "Whoa, Conflujudge is going to be on. I know that guy. I'm hoping I'm not. I'm hoping I did this correctly." See, this is what I'm worried about. I'm going to start talking.
Row the switch.
He can fucking hear me.
So far, our last debaters have not showed up yet, which is okay. But we got to make sure that it looks like Lucy is here. We just need to get them all set up. So here we go. You guys are going to be able to hear us bullshit a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and I'm bringing everybody else up in here. Boom, 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 and boom. There we go. All right. So all right. Hey, everybody, real quick. We are live. I just those slides where like the whole time I was waiting.
Oh my god! Hello.
That is exactly what we just did.
Out in the light, like, oh my god.
That is exactly what we just did.
Did it
literally
start? Do I go into the links now? Do I
yes,
enter with
indeed.
my camera?
So okay, everybody, just so you know, we are live. So yes, please, Lucy, if you would start up your camera over there on the camera
Join
feed.
with camera.
And we're gonna go ahead and get this party started. So sorry about grabbing you guys unceremoniously like that and just yanking you in. I understand it was like being birthed again, right, Melanie?
Hold on. I have to do something. 1 moment.
Yeah,
do your thing.
Fox in the headlights. You might want to hold my hand through this. I've got my arguments. I cannot think about the
Nope. I hear you. I got you. You're doing everything perfectly, Melanie. You are all set up. We just need to get Lucy's face on the screen, and then we're gonna be golden. So
hold on.
As soon as I see that happen, we are officially going to start. So there's always technical difficulties. Just for you guys out in the chat to know, the way that we do things here in the DMZ is a little bit different from other streams. So it's a little bit more complicated. There's more bells and whistles. And so that's why sometimes you'll see this rocky start, especially for people who are a little bit newer to the DMZ. So just bear with us. It's my fault. I'm super extra. And, I just
1 moment.
Particular.
Please, okay?
Yeah, no, take your time, Lucy. Okay? We're all, we're good. Nobody's got a clock running or anything. I'm kidding. I totally have a clock running, but that's okay.
It's the price we pay for high production quality, right?
That's exactly it. The juice is worth the squeeze. I was just telling Confluence that. So,
who is Juicy?
Yeah, Juicy. Yes, exactly. I am Juicy. So,
you see Lucy?
We are still not seeing Lucy.
Confluence's juices. Just talk about it off stream, maybe.
All right. I mean, you know what? We try.
The juice?
I was also just telling them we don't kink shame. So. Or at least we try not to.
You kink shame me?
I'm busy adjusting the delicious juices of the great Dr. Pepper.
There you go. All right, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and bring everybody up onto the screen so that hopefully as soon as Lucy appears, we can go ahead and kick it off.
Sorry.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I see myself. The ninja thing.
Start the camera?
That's crazy.
Yeah. And for some reason... What's going on here,
Start.
buddy? What's going
Am
on
I here?
You are still not video. Oh, well, okay. So we're seeing an unfed virtual cam signal. So your virtual
Unfed?
cam, we see the blue scroll dagger, but we do not actually see your face.
Hold on.
Yeah, look at
Oh,
the
start
OBS
virtual
symbol.
camera. Okay. Do you see me now?
We sure
Hey, laugh.
do. Fuck yeah. All right.
Yeah, okay. I am very nice. Okay.
All
But
right.
you cannot hear me like last time, right?
Oh no, we hear you just fine.
We hear you through
No,
this, but
there's
not
no
through the
weird
video
echo
engine.
thing.
Nope,
like
no, you
last time,
sound
right?
great this time. That is correct. And I want to
Perfect.
remind
You sound
everybody
like
real
a
quick.
robot a bit.
I do.
Maybe it's my key internet.
Nope, it's also possible because this happens for me sometimes. Like I said, we always have some sort of fucking tech issues. Let me make sure my mic is being. Nope. Okay. Yeah, no, it's picking up my microphone. So you're not listening to me through Video Ninja, correct?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Because yeah, you want everybody reminder, please mute the website for the video feed. That is not where you want to get your audio. Everybody mute
Wait,
and
do
deafening.
you sound like a robot only for me or for everybody else as well?
Do I
Yeah,
sound
he sounds fine to me.
all right? So it's just on
You
you.
might
right?
be on your end of this one here.
So it's key internet. Well, hopefully we'll not get bombs and missiles tonight.
Yes, hopefully
You know what I mean?
let's all hope that there are no loud bangs coming from Lucy's microphone tonight. Lucy is in
Sure.
Kyiv, so
There are no bombs in Ba Sing Se.
we
Mr.
yeah we,
There are
Horseradish.
only
Yes.
ballistic missiles.
right. Yes,
If you
Mallory.
feel so inclined, and if my opponent Lucy agrees,
Sure.
maybe we could go seconds. That way we could get the show started and Lucy could work on some of this.
Oh, I think Lucy's
well, am
probably
I
all
not
right.
fixed
Yeah,
already?
we're fine. We're gonna go ahead and get the party
Yeah,
started
I'm
now.
Let me
gonna
know
crush
if
this debate, you know?
I do appreciate it. And she sounds
Me
fine over
crushing
here.
this
So, all right. So that said, everybody is here that's going to be here right now. Our other two debaters are just running a couple of minutes late, but they will definitely be here. So we're just going to go ahead and get this party started. For those of you who have been here before, you guys know the spiel. You guys have heard this many a time, but I'm going to go ahead and say it every single time. So bear with me, everybody. If you guys could just hold your tongues for one split second. You don't actually have to hold it. You can just stick it out of your mouth if you want. All right. So welcome in, everybody, to the DMZ. This is a place where we practice good faith rhetoric, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We are using structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and listen to your opponent, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please check your weapons at the door, take notes, and attack the belief, not the believer. After each debate, there will be a free link to where you, the audience, can go vote on which side you believe made the most compelling case. So please sit back, relax, and get ready to cast those votes. This is the DMZ. Now, we are going to go through and we are going to introduce our first two debaters for you guys. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let me go ahead and introduce you guys to our illustrious judge panel. Tonight, judging for your entertainment, we have Doomer Patriot on the left. Doomer, you can go ahead and tell everybody. I know you don't have any socials, but if you can go ahead and tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm Doomer. You can pretty much find me here at the DMZ. I'll be your token kind of Democrat here. Yeah, outside of that, join the Discord, say something stupid, I'm bound to show up.
That's right. And speaking of which, here's that link to the Discord channel. If you are not already a member, it costs you nothing. And it is where we go to carry this conversation on when the lights go off and the cameras go away. Plus, it's where you can let me know that you want to participate here in the DMZ. Now, coming back as a judge for the first time, super fucking excited about this. I have been begging him for months and months and months. Confluence, I'm going to drop your link in the chat, but will you please tell the people who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir?
Thank you. I am Confluence. You can find me on Confluence 358 on YouTube. I run the most chaotic, small, open panels you've ever seen. I care about dopamine. I try to maximize it at any given moment. It's all about religion, politics, culture wars, etc. So yeah.
And don't forget the trivia nights. Trivia nights are the best nights.
You know, conspiracy nights. We got a lot of nights. Okay.
We do have a bunch of nights over there. So give Confluence a follow. Like I said, hit that link, give the man a sub or whatever they do over there in the YouTube land. And then we will, you will be able to see him all the time. So hopefully he's going to keep coming back here, though. So, all right. Our first debate of the night, y'all. We're going to, like I said, we're just jumping straight into this. Everything doing okay there, Lucy? Still okay? All right.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
still
So
alive.
our first prompt of the night. Some words are morally wrong regardless of context. Okay. On the affirmative, we have Melanie Cosmic Fox, and on the negative, we have Lucy Hayes. Melanie, now you're up. Would you please tell the folks a little bit about yourself? Tell them who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat.
Oh yeah, I'm Melanie. I'm more of a panelist and a debater than a streamer at the moment. I do want to get some shows going, like maybe a panel show even. But for now, I'm just kind of in my comfort zone. But I've actually, this August, I will have been debating for 6 years. I started on Modern Day Debates, and I really do just love to debate, and I love to treat it as an intellectual sport, not just blood sports. So this show sounds great, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
Cheers. Glad to have you. And we definitely do want to treat it as a sport over here as well. I guess I can put myself on the camera for now. And now, Lucy, your second appearance here. Lucy, will you please also tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where you can be found? I will drop your link in the chat.
My name is Lucy Hazza. I am the biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer, even though I'm a micro streamer, but I'm hoping to grow to a small streamer status. I do a variety of things from art to gaming. I cover the news. I do war journalism in Ukraine. I am in Kyiv right now. I mainly focus on the topic of how the war affects children that have to go through the everyday bombing that happens more and more frequently as the war goes on and more brutally. The kidnapped children, of course, the militarization of the kidnapped children, and of course, the over 1 million children that live in the occupied territories. And yes.
Word.
You can find me on my page.
Yep. Go ahead and follow that link as well, where you can get updates directly from the Ukrainian conflict in Ukraine. Now, the way this works, just to remind you, because again, Lucy's been here once. Melanie, this is your first time. This is a standard DMZ debate, which means we're going to have 3-minute rounds. It's going to start out with 3-minute opening from Melanie. That is uninterrupted time where you get to state your case, followed by 3 minutes that goes on the clock for Lucy. That is Lucy's time to either cross-examine or rebut as she sees fit. Now, after that, Lucy is going to have 3 minutes on the clock to be able to open, also uninterrupted. And then it goes back to you, Melanie, for 3 minutes of controlled cross-examination or rebuttal as you see fit. After that, we're going to open it up to a 15-minute open forum conversation where the two of y'all get to just go back and forth and control the conversation again, as y'all will. After that, we're going to go through and we're going to do 3-minute closes from each of you, and followed by 3 minutes of questions from either 3 minutes or more of questions from the judges and myself, as well as from the chatters. Chatters, you guys have two jobs. If you think there is a question that neither the judges nor myself nor the debaters themselves asked and you want to hear the answer to it, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar, put the question in there, tell me who it is for, and I will get that question asked as well. And your other job is, as I said earlier, I'm going to drop a link after each of the three chats, or excuse me, after each of the three debates, where you guys get to, for free, vote on who you think made the most compelling case. Now, I want to be clear. This is who you think made the most compelling case. We are not asking who you agreed with. We're not asking who you liked the most or who you think has the prettiest hair. We are asking who you think made the most compelling arguments. Okay. So we also do have our two judges who are going to weigh in. So for a person to win their debate, they need 2 votes out of the 3. Okay. So I assume neither of y'all have any questions and the audience is ready. We're ready. Let's go and start this show. I'm putting 3 minutes on the clock for you, Melanie. Again, this is uninterrupted. So hold your thoughts until it's your cross-examination, Lucy. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, Melanie.
Yeah, hello. And thank you to the Horseradish for hosting, my opponent, Lucy Hayes, for debating me, and our fine judges that we have here tonight on this panel, where I will be debating the influences of words and their morality. My position is that there are some words that are morally wrong to use regardless of context. I intend to win by pointing out that words are not simple standalone packets of context, but forces of meaning and potential weapons, and certain ethical virtues should overpower other forms of context as a natural function of language and meaning. To put it simply, we ought not say a word, especially when it is unavoidably harmful and not necessary to use. And then there is no context that matters that can change that. I obviously can't say the N word here that ends with the hard R, so I will use the word neighbor as a placeholder. Even what we may call sanitized uses, for academic literature describing the use of a word and not using its derogatory intent, it is still clear that people may react to the emotional baggage the word carries, even despite its sanitized context. The word neighbor here serves as a stark reminder that even under historically accurate or academic uses, it can still carry a punch that doesn't need to be there. There is a world where we can create a word as if we are visiting its gravesite today, and people only use its harmless, or if that's impossible, harm reducing synonym, where before we would have said it outright. We still convey the same information, but we don't potentially color our narrative in untoward ways. Moreover, we cannot safely assume these words were not chosen over less harmful versions that are now just forgotten today. Finally, due to the fact that words inevitably evolve in such a way that it becomes permissible for oppressive cohorts to use it, again, we cannot simply let it be reappropriated by the marginalized class. And so it is clear that the context of why it exists can never be washed away until it dies a slow and graceful death through attrition, like the words that probably accompanied it during its time. Therefore, we ought not let context trump the ethical reality that we cannot keep words sanitized, and therefore some words must not be used regardless of context. Thank you for your time.
All right. Now, once again, Lucy, this is 3 minutes is going to be on the clock. This is your time to control. You can either use it to rebut or respond to what Melanie just said, or you can also use it to cross-examine and ask questions, set up arguments, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll start the clock whenever you start to talk.
All right, it's going to be very quick. So my argumentation in regards to the prompt, some words are morally wrong regardless of context, because there's a difference between some words are bad to use regardless of context and some words are bad regardless of context. And my argument is that there is no such thing as words existing outside of context and without context. And I think my opponent basically conceded the prompt to me in the very opening statement by explaining why certain words are morally wrong and giving context to why those words are wrong, which means that there is no such thing as words being morally wrong regardless of context, because there's always a context which informs why the words are wrong morally in the first place. And that's my opening statement.
Okay, so this wasn't actually the opportunity for an opening statement. Did you have any cross-examination questions for Melanie, or do you want to just, or do you have a further opening statement, or do you want to use that as your opening statement and just move on?
I use it as my opening statement.
All right.
I declare victory.
Yep. All right. Well, then in that case, we're going to go ahead and skip the cross-examination, the first cross-examination. Melanie, it is now your turn to cross-examine as you see fit or rebut. 3 minutes is on the clock, controlled by you. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. Use the time as you see fit.
Yeah, so I'll admit that I concede that context still exists, but I purposely pointed out that ethical virtues do trump any context. So I did not concede the entire prompt, because the ethical virtues show that we have alternatives and that we cannot avoid the harm. And so as an ought statement, which is, morality-based arguments are built on is-ought statements, it is, I would just, as my rebuttal, like to point out that I said we ought not to use it because of ethical virtues. Context here doesn't inform us about that.
Can I reply?
Oh, was there a question there, Melanie?
Did I have to do both?
Nope,
cross-examination?
not at all.
I didn't have
Nope,
one.
nope, that is perfectly fine. Then in that case, yep. Well, I was about to say, in that case, I'm going to go ahead and just put the 15 minutes on the clock for y'all, because it seems like we kind of got past the opening cross-examine the way it usually works, and that's fine. Y'all are both still kind of new here, so I'm just going to put the 15 minutes on the clock for the open forum. Just keep the conversation going. If you guys at any point need anything looked up, just say Horseradish. I'll stop the clock and I will pop in and we can actually bring up any sources or materials or references on the screen as we need to. So back at it, 15 minutes on the clock. Good luck, y'all.
All right. So What I will say is that I agree. The words are bad, right? Saying the N word is bad, saying certain word is bad. But the prompt is not, is the word bad? The prompt is the word bad regardless of context, right? So the N word is bad because of the context of its historical use, the context of oppression, the context of all the things that created the meaning to the word. But if we say that the word is bad regardless of context, then we would say that the word would be inherently bad, even if all that history did not exist, even if all that context did not exist, regardless of context. And I
So
disagree with
just
that.
to be clear, none of us said bad prior to you saying that, right? Because I said harmful. And if something is
Yeah,
harmful and there are
I mean,
alternatives,
harmful is bad to me.
then we ought use those alternatives.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing about the word being harmful or not. I'm arguing about the word being harmful regardless of context, which means that if the context that made the word harmful did not
Wait, the
exist, would
prompt
it
isn't
still be
about it being
harmful?
harmful. Wait, just the prompt isn't about it being harmful regardless of context. I'm
It
saying
is.
that it
That's
being
the title of
harmful
the
at
prompt.
all is what makes it that way, regardless of how what the context is. There's an ethical imperative to avoid that harm. You
Yeah, but
understand?
it only exists because of the context of the word.
I would say it's
It
more of the
only
meaning than the
exists, the
context.
harm only, yeah, the meaning exists because of the context surrounding the word.
So
Yeah.
for you, is there a difference between context and meaning?
The context informs the meaning.
Well, no, I think for some people, meaning is a very fixed thing, especially depending on how they see the world. And so one person can have a meaning for a word that exists regardless of its context, whether or not it's used academically, historically accurately, or derogatorily.
Well, let me ask you this. Why is the N word a harmful word?
Because again, it has meanings that people associate with systems of oppression, particularly dehumanization, that they feel targeted by.
So it has context.
No, that would be meaning. It doesn't matter the context,
No,
that still carries that weight
it
for
does.
them.
The systems of oppression are the context. You
You can
cannot
say that, but
divorce the word from that history or from that context.
you can say that, but
That
even
is why the
when,
word is harmful.
but there's lots of evidence that even when people look at these things in sanitized context, they still feel the emotional weight behind it because it still has
Yeah,
meaning
because you
regardless
cannot
of
divorce the
context.
word from that context. It's not regardless of context.
Would you
They still
say the
feel
word
the
neighbor
harm.
carries a punch when people read it in like a book or something, even when it's not used derogatorily?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's exactly my point. Because if it still carries a punch, even when it's used in the most sanitized sense, the
I'm not
context doesn't
saying that
matter.
it
The
carries a
context
punch.
would be that it's
That's the claim.
sanitized, and we're saying that it still carries a punch even when it's sanitized.
It's not about being sanitized or carrying a punch. It doesn't have to carry a punch. It still holds that context, which is why the N word is not morally wrong when Black people use it.
I just think you're overextending context to also include meaning when I've just demonstrated that
That's
meaning
because
can
context
exist despite
informs meaning.
context.
There is no meaning without context.
So is all meaning context? Or sorry, is all context meaning? Or is only some of context count as meaning?
I never said neither of these things. I said that
But
context
which would
informs
it be?
meaning.
Is all context a form of meaning? Or is only some
No,
context count as meaning?
no. I said that context informs meaning.
Oh, it informs it now. Okay, but it can still happen independently, right? That punch can still be there even in the most sanitized context that the word is presented.
What is the sanitized content? Well, like,
Like historically
okay? What do
accurate,
you mean when you say
yeah,
context,
I'm
and what
giving
do
it.
you think I mean when I say
So
context?
historically accurate, quoting somebody who said it to give people a view into history and what people's attitudes were at the time, not to carry on the derogatory effect. It will still carry a punch that the derogatory effect is meant to have. Which again, if I was somebody who wanted to hurt a certain group of people, I'd want that word to still exist. Just saying.
Why will it still have that punch?
Well, because you ultimately, with the way human brains and cultures work, the natural process of language, words don't die until their meaning dies with them.
Right. And what informs that meaning?
The the history and how it was used
The
against,
historical
especially
context,
against
correct.
them as a person. So if a
Yeah,
word was
the
used to
historical
dehumanize,
context,
it's hard
yeah.
to separate that history of dehumanization, even in the most sanitized
Exactly.
context.
It
So
is
again,
hard to.
no matter what we do, we can't avoid the harmful potential of it, and therefore we
Yes,
ought not use it, especially since there are alternatives. The
I
N word
agree.
with the soft A is an alternative.
I mean, yeah, we agree. We cannot
Okay, so
divorce that historical context. So the word is bad because of its historical context, not regardless of context.
no, again, so historical context, quote unquote, I think you're extending the word of context, because context is the form in which we see the word presented. So the historical context would be that this word has been used to dehumanize people, and that can still punch somebody in the gut emotionally when they see it, even when it is in the sanitized context. So context can happen independently of meaning.
Correct, but we are talking about words being morally wrong regardless of any context, not just in the context in which you are using the word right now.
So would
we're
you
talking
would you
historical
would you steel
context,
person? Can you steel person my two conditions for it being morally wrong, as in there is an ethical imperative to avoid using it?
I don't disagree that there is an ethical imperative not to use it.
Right, but couldn't an ethical imperative
Because that's not the
trump?
prompt.
Couldn't an ethical imperative trump a context as far as socio-cultural needs go?
What do you mean?
Sorry if you answered, I didn't hear.
Like, I think we're speaking past each other. Because I agree
Perhaps.
that it
I'll
can
let you make a
trump.
point. I've been a little bit assertive. I'll let you try to make some points.
Like, while I agree that it trumps the context in which the word can exist in a book or in a I guess my argument, because we're going to the N word, because I kind of knew it would go there. It goes both ways. The N word exists within a historical context, whether we like it or not. It exists within the history of the marginalization and oppression of Black people. It cannot be divorced from that context. And in that sense, it's morally wrong because of that historical context. So it cannot be a bad word regardless of context. And even if we're speaking of context, like contemporarily, Black people use the N word, and it's not morally wrong when they do it.
So Black people tend to use alternatives, which favors my things like the N word with the soft
Well,
A.
there are a lot of Black people that use alternatives, and the word is not morally wrong when they do it.
Well, I'm not going to say if it's morally wrong or right. What I would say, though, is again, I think it would be morally better. Like, we ought to have a society when there are alternatives that we also get rid of the harm. And so my question for you is, and this is very crucial, right? Are you saying that there are no contexts that are independent of meaning, and vice versa?
I'm saying that there's no meaning that is independent of context. Yes.
Okay. So again, when someone reads the N word with the hard R, neighbor, in a text, and it punches them in the gut emotionally, is that happening because of context or independently?
Because of context, yes.
No, not always because of context. Again, let's go back to the example. You try to keep my examples in your mind of the sanitized context, right? The academic who's quoting.
There is no such thing as a sanitized context. The academic text is existing within that historical
So there's no context in which we can avoid harm?
You read the word understanding the harm done. But when you read about the Holocaust, it can be harmful to people because the history of the Holocaust exists, of course. It has the potential. The sanitized text about the Holocaust
The Holocaust
have the
isn't a
potential
speech
to harm
act. The
people.
N word is a speech act. So let's be clear. That's apples and oranges comparison. But
It's not.
It's very
not.
much. Using the word Holocaust is not a
Because the
speech act
N
in the
word
same way.
existed
Do you know what a
within the
speech act
context
is?
of real harm. That
When I'm
Black
saying
people have been
speech act, do you
subjugated
understand
to.
that I'm not just saying speech and act in a random sequence? Those two words together mean something. Do you know what a speech act is?
I do.
Okay, so when
But it
how is the
doesn't
Holocaust a
change.
speech act? How is the Holocaust a
I'm
speech act?
talking about reading about it in the book.
Right, but that's We're talking about speech
Yeah.
acts and words particularly. If a word has the capacity to act as a harmful speech act, and you've said that they can be harmful regardless of context, you've
course.
conceded that, and that fits into my ethical imperative
No,
that we ought
no.
not
I did
perpetuate
not
that
say,
word.
because the book itself uses the words within the historical context.
But you only pointed to the Holocaust to do apples and oranges when you understand that we're referring to speech
Can you
acts on
explain
this.
why it's apples and oranges?
So are all speech acts just things that occur in books, or are speech acts acts of speech that have to carry some sort of intent?
Can you elaborate?
It's the latter. So again, if someone does a speech act that's sanitized, they don't have the intent to use it in a derogatory way, but to frame its usage in the past. That's sanitized, right? The context is that it's not intended to be derogatory, but someone still
relevant
feels
if
that
it's-
emotional punch in the gut. Can we say that that thing is still harming people regardless of context?
No.
Even though you said before that harm can occur regardless of context, you did concede to that.
I didn't say that harm can occur regardless of context, because the context exists, whether or not the intent is there or not.
So
Because you cannot
it
divorce.
still seems like with things like intent and context and meaning, they're all just synonyms to you with the way you're treating this issue.
Nope.
Okay, so
If
what's
you
the
did
difference
not
between
interrupt
what's the
me,
difference
then
between
maybe you
context and
would come
meaning?
to a different. All right.
What is the
I
difference?
guess it's a monologue.
Oh,
It's
a
not a debate.
monologue?
It's a monologue. Yeah.
Sorry, but no, I'm trying to ask you some questions that
No,
will
you're not
help us.
trying. You're trying to interrupt me, and you're trying
Here,
to
I'll ask a
interject
question.
your
I'll
own
let you.
beliefs
I'll let
onto me.
you. I'll
You've
ask a question. I'll
explained.
let you go
You've
for at least
already
2 minutes.
answered all of your questions to me for me by saying that
No,
I
because
believe
you
this,
still haven't
that, and the
explained to me.
other.
As far
Of
as I'm
course,
concerned,
of
you
course, I
treat
didn't
context
explain,
and
because you
meaning as
didn't
the same
let me.
thing.
You
So what is the
interrupt me every
difference?
single sentence. So how can I
What is the
explain anything?
What is the difference between context and meaning for you? It's a simple question.
I'm sorry, I don't have to answer any of your questions because you're not the host of this
If you
stream, and
acknowledge the
I'm
difference,
not.
then I can point out how context
Okay,
is independent.
I guess I'm just gonna be silent. I'm gonna defer to the moderator, and I'm just gonna be silent because I'm not able
Being
to let.
avoidant isn't an
I'm
argument.
not able to even
I'm
say
just
any.
trying to hold you to what you're saying and actually get real usage cases out of these things. When am I using context over meaning, and when am I using meaning over context, or are they synonyms, which you said they are not?
I'm not able to say. I am not able to say even a single sentence to completion because you're interrupting me.
I'm sorry that you feel interrupted, but I was just trying to get an
I
answer.
feel interrupted.
Okay. Like I said, if you answer my question, I will let you have 2 full minutes, which is all basically
I'm
all
sorry,
we have
you
left.
let me have 2 full minutes. How generous.
Okay. I'm trying, but you're just
You're
going to be
not
a
trying.
sore loser, so it's fine. I'm just going to reiterate my point,
Sure.
which is
Well, I
that
haven't
there
won
are
or lost because I'm not able to say anything. So
there are clearly context-independent cases
there
where
is no
harm can
such thing as
happen.
context.
As a society, we should try to reduce harm, especially when alternatives are available, and therefore we ought not use words simply because their context seems to sanitize them.
The prompt
which-
is not about whether or not
Yeah.
words should be used or not. The prompt is whether or not words are harmful regardless of context. You're
An ought
arguing
statement
on-
is a moral argument. It's
you
called an
are
is ought.
you are
It's called an
arguing
is ought
about
statement.
something that is outside of the scope of the
Okay.
prompt.
This is awkward.
I know. Basic communication skills are difficult for some.
I just wanted to know what the difference between context and meaning was for you. Like, I didn't realize that would be such a sticking point where you couldn't answer. I didn't
Of
think
course
that
I
would be the
cannot.
gotcha.
If you don't
I didn't
let the
think
person speak, then
I
they
really
will
did
not
not.
able to
If you were
answer
to ask me
anything,
what would
right?
your gotcha be tonight, it was not going to be that. Like, that would have been way low on my list.
There's no. Okay, gotcha. You really are a debater, huh? So
Anyways,
would
up
you like
until
to
up until
listen
that
to
point, it was a
my?
good debate.
Okay, I guess not.
Up until that point, it was a good debate. So I will thank you for this debate. Don't let me take me being a sour either. But just I don't know what to do with
So
this.
can I respond, or would you like to just monologue?
I haven't been stopping you at any point. I'm just trying to fill the dead
At
air.
any point, you haven't been interrupting me. Do I have to start counting the times when you interrupt me?
How long do I have to wait before you'll start talking? 5 seconds.
Oh,
10
you've just
seconds?
been waiting patiently and quietly for me to talk all this time.
I mean, dead air is a little bit rude. Let's be real.
Oh, dead air. There's been so much dead air from me. Okay. So the difference between meaning and, because I have not conflated these things, is that the context informs meaning. We have the history of slavery, we have this history of oppression, we have the slavery, we have the history of the word being used in a specific context, in a specific meaning, toward a derogatory meaning towards people. And that context exists and permeates to the now. That is what creates this gut punch that you have when you read the word even in a sanitized or in a pseudo contextless situation.
So,
The
as I
word
pointed
exists
out,
within the
sorry,
historical context, whether you like
I
it or
didn't
not.
realize the timer is 0. We
Yep.
should
No.
try to keep
And so I was
responsible.
actually going to let you guys know this is something y'all have not heard before, didn't know. Y'all are both still kind of new here. Whenever it's the end of the timer, I'm not like super strict. I don't like fucking bang a gong and start screaming at you if you go past. If somebody's in the middle of a thought, I'm going to let you guys finish it. Let you get through the idea and close it up. So with that said, the fact that we were finally getting that answer from Lucy that you were asking was why I wanted to let it cook, but we got that answer. So now we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. This is going to be an uninterrupted closing arguments. So this is basically your opportunity to summarize, put a cherry on top. I do know this fell off the rails a little bit, and it did seem like we were kind of talking past each other a little bit there. But hopefully, this is going to be an opportunity for you guys to both sort of like put this back on the rails. So, Melanie, you're up first. 3 minutes is on the clock, uninterrupted. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
For sure. So, it was hard to predict where this would go. Getting into like the way words affect people and stuff is a multidisciplinary field, and part of me wanted to go deep into each one and learn more about it, and part of me wanted to focus on the logic. Interestingly enough, since I have 3 minutes, and no script for this part, I'll just point out that if you think about the way this argument is going, I'm actually in traditional logic in the square of opposition, I'm actually taking the particular negative, and Lucy is taking the universal affirmative in a certain framing of this. So I did have to warp some of the ways I was thinking about this because I am used to traditional logic type arguments, and that's why you saw that a lot of this falls on is-ought statements, because is-ought statements are the foundation of any moral argument. And if we're arguing that it is morally wrong to use words regardless of context, then to say it is always harmful to use a word regardless of context also means that it is that there is no context in which it is not harmful. And according to my 2 conditions, which Lucy did not poke any holes in, it is harmful. There are alternatives. Therefore, we ought not do it. Morally speaking, that is regardless of context. Context does not always inform meaning, as I pointed out, unless there is no such thing as a truly, quote, sanitized context. But if there is no such thing as a sanitized context, then there is no context in which a word exists that it cannot do harm. Therefore, Lucy agrees that regardless of context, there are some words that are always harmful, and therefore that goes into my ethical imperative of society should reduce harm. I think from the standpoint of arguing for morality instead of semantics, I have absolutely floored this debate. Thank you so much, Horseradish. I do love you, judges, and you all, but I am taking my personal W tonight.
All right. Now, same thing for you, Lucy. Uninterrupted, 3 minutes on the clock. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Go ahead and bring this home for us.
All right. So the prompt is not certain words are not appropriate to use regardless of context. The prompt is certain words are morally wrong regardless of context. And my opponent has explained to me why you should not use certain words morally by using context. So basically what I've been told is why words are bad regardless of context, why we're using context to explain it, which basically means that those words are actually not morally wrong regardless of context, because the very reason why those words are morally wrong to begin with exist because of the context which created that meaning. And that is my argument. The prompt is not certain raw words are wrong to use, but are, and that is a difference. There is a difference in the meaning of the prompt, I believe. And that's it.
All right. Well, there you go. Thank you both for all of that. So, yeah, like I said, kind of got a little weird there, but that's okay. So the judges and I are now going to go through, and we're all three going to ask a question of each of you guys. We're going to start out with the affirmative. Each of us is going to ask one question of the affirmative. Then each of us is going to go through and ask a question of the negative. Then and all of this, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat so that you all out in the audience can start voting for this. Confluence, I'm also going to DM you directly the link so you can put it into your own chat as well. And for once again, as I said earlier, thank you there, Razor. If anybody else has any questions, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar and we will get your question into this as well. But first things first, let's drop that link in the chat. As I said, it costs you nothing. Click that link. It'll take you to a website where you can tell us who you think made the most compelling case. Here you go. Confluence for you, sir. I DM'd that to you. And let me throw it over here onto my own YouTube and Kick. Anybody who's listening over yonder. Boom, boom, boom. What I'm going to do, because it's more challenging this way, and you guys are doing me a favor, judges, I'm going to let y'all ask your questions first so I don't steal your good question from you, and then I'll be the one who goes last, who has to scramble if you guys take all the good questions. Doomer, I'm going to look at you first. Do you have a question ready for Melanie?
Yeah, it's kind of a two-parter.
That's fine with me. Let's hear it.
First, quick context, not bringing that up. Do you know who Yao Ming is?
This is to Melanie,
the
correct?
basketball player?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
The basketball player, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Were you familiar with his viral locker room moment way back in the day when he accidentally said the N-word in the locker room?
No.
So just to give a little bit of what was going on, I guess in Mandarin, them saying like and comes out roughly to Nayguh is how that sounds.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he had
I've heard of that.
So would that have been morally wrong?
I think that's a phonetic thing more than like a meaning-based thing.
So the context in that matters?
Well, no, phonetics are not the same as context. Like it's the language, right? Like it's not going to carry the same meaning in a different language for the same sounding sequence of syllables. That's just how language works again.
Okay. That's an answer. Confluence, question for Melanie, if you would, please, sir.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm also going to ask a question about the N-word. So Mel, I guess when Lucy asked you about Black people using that word, you said, I'm not going to say it's morally wrong or right. How, if you're not willing to say it's morally wrong or right, then is that not maybe giving up the prompt if you're saying it's wrong in every context? Like, are you willing to commit that it's morally wrong? Because that would be a context of a Black person's calling another Black person. If you're unwilling to state that, is that not a context that could be at least morally ambiguous then?
Well, okay, so I thought I remembered saying it like I wouldn't say that to their face, like tell them you can't say that is what I meant. But if I didn't say that, just to be clear, I meant it in the terms of I wouldn't go up to a Black person and say you can't use that word. I don't feel like I have the moral authority to do that.
But okay, just if I'm not sure if I'm allowed to clarify, but do you think it's wrong if a Black person calls another Black person the N-word? Is that wrong?
From a societal, ethical standpoint, sociocultural, yes. On a person-to-person basis, I wouldn't judge them for it.
Okay.
All right. So, as expected, Confluence stole my fucking question. So, It's okay. You know what? I get to cheat now, and I'm just going to steal from the audience. So, Ancom has a great question here for Melanie. How does a word's historical usage not count as context for whether or not that word is harmful or morally wrong to use? I'm going to read that again for you, Melanie. How does a word's historical usage not count as the context for whether or not the word is harmful or morally wrong to use in modernity?
So context is a use case thing. So it has to do with how you're using it here and now. That is what context is. So the contemporary use of the word is contextual to society at the time. How the words are coming out of your mouth at the moment and why you're saying it is contextual to you and right now. And how you were using it historically, I'll admit, is contextual to history. That's why I cornered Lucy on pointing out there really doesn't seem to be a sanitized context my opponent can think of. And therefore, it seems to be true that there are no cases that are sanitized where we can remove the harmful history. And therefore, there is a context, or not a context, there is a meaning that always exists regardless of the context, how you use it here and now. Think of context as meaning here and now, and meaning being all throughout. What is it overall to everybody?
All right. All right. So now we're going to go over to you, Lucy. We're each going to give you a question as well. Same order. Doomer, are you ready with a question for Lucy, please?
Yeah.
Shoot.
So can context justify every word?
What can you elaborate? What do you mean justify every word?
Or could you justify every word as not morally wrong or morally right, whatnot, or what have you?
Oh no,
based off
my
of
argument
context?
was not that it was not morally wrong. I said that it was morally wrong because of the existence of the historical context, not regardless of any context. So I agree that the word should not be used. I agree that we should reduce harm, use alternatives, etc. But I just don't agree that it's regardless of context. I think they change because of that history, because of the existing circumstance that made the word what it is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. We understand you. Confluence, minutes on our, I'm sorry, question for Lucy, if you would, sir.
Okay, I'm hoping I'm not kind of retreading the ground that Doomer just did.
It was the question I was
my
going to
question
ask, so retread if you need to.
My question is also about the historical context. Lucy, I guess, I don't know if I'm following, but when you say historical context, do you, like when you're talking about context in general, how you're interpreting this prompt, do you just mean like if racism and the antebellum South and all this stuff didn't happen, then the N-word wouldn't be bad? Like I would agree that's just a collection of phonemes. Is that all you're trying to say? Like if none of this stuff happened, then it wouldn't be bad. So it's just the syllables alone. Okay.
Yes. If the N word was not used historically to demean Black people to in this certain context, yes, then the word would not be harmful, now would it?
Okay. All right. So we're going to do this a third time, but we're going to do it slightly different this time. So in the prompt, and I'm not trying to be too much of a stickler on the prompt here, but we do have to refer back to it. When we say regardless of context, that doesn't mean absent context. Regardless of context means no matter what the context is. So let me ask you a question, Lucy. Can you think of any context where the word neighbor, well, I like that as a supplant, is not morally wrong? Lucy, can you think of any context where the N-word is not morally wrong?
Yes.
Can you give me an example, please? Without using the word obviously,
I would say when Black people use it because they have reclaimed the word. Like it is the right to take the context again in which the word has been used to demean them, to oppress them, etc., and reshape that context in the in-group to take on a different meaning between in the in-group.
All right. Now we do have one more question from the chat. This one is for you, though, this time, Lucy. Do you believe that there is a difference between the context of history and the context of intent? I'm going to read that again for you. Do you believe there is a difference in context of history and the context of intent? Go ahead.
Yes, yes, there is.
Can you explain the difference to you, please? Context of history versus the context of intent.
Well, the context of history is the context that created the meaning of the word, right? The meaning of like the oppression that comes with it, the meaning way in which the word was used towards a certain group of people, and the context of intent would be like, for example, the example that was given during the debate, the word existing in a historical textbook or in a song. That would be, in one case, the word is to inform people of certain information in the book. In the song, it could be to give us context in the lyrics. The content, the context is not to, there is no intent to harm anybody in that case, right? That's the context. So there's a difference there, right?
Yep. All right. Fantastic. All right, everybody. So that's it. That's the debate. You guys heard the first one. The first debate is in the books. I'm going to look to my judges to render their judgment first, but I remind you, chat, if the two of them don't agree, comes down to y'all. So please make sure you click that link, straw poll in the chat. It costs you nothing. Tell us who you think made the most compelling case of whether or not some words are morally wrong, regardless of context. Excuse me. Sorry. So you know what? We're going to do things backwards this time. Since we had Doomer ask the question first, I'm going to see Confluence. Are you ready to render judgment on this debate first?
I am. Thank
All
God.
right.
I was going to get stressed if Doomer went first.
Once again, you got 10 points to distribute as you see fit, but please use all 10 of the points. So in other words, 5-5, 10-0, anywhere in between. Please tell us who you believe won this debate, by what score, and why.
Roughly how long do I have?
You have got until you are done, my dude. There is no clock for our judges.
Okay. It's not going to be super long.
No,
Okay.
take as long as you need.
All right. So I feel like both debaters came to argue a different prompt. I don't know if everyone else agrees, but that's kind of the main focus. In the openings, I think Mel set the stage really well, talking about the power of words and state your argument very clearly and concisely. Lucy's opening, I think, confused me a bit, and I think this is where the confusion all began, because I just don't think they were talking about the exact same prompt. And I mean, this was brought up in the questions we asked. Lucy seems to be talking about the historical context and saying if those situations were different, which is what she answered to my question, then those, the result would be different. Now, I don't think that's what the prompt means in like a normal reading of it. So in the openings, I would give a point. I mean, my points aren't going to add up right now. That's okay. But in the openings, I'd give a point to Mel for that. In the cross, I don't really give anyone a point because Mel kind of used her cross kind of as a response. But then, yeah, so I give no one a point for the cross because I think that was just kind of maybe a bit of confusion, which is fine. In the open talk phase, I think that Lucy conceded the prompt a bit by saying that the word was bad and then just going to the historical context. Again, I think the spirit of the prompt, obviously, it's, to my mind, it's not about, is this exact arrangement of syllables, is that wrong? But in this present day, is the context wrong to use these? At least that's how I'm interpreting that. If I'm off base, that's fine. Lucy asked, why is the N-word a harmful word? I think Mel gave a very good answer, and I don't really think Lucy followed up super accurately. Mel, I think, had a good point when she said, does it still carry a punch even when it's sanitized? And Lucy kind of didn't answer that, but then Lucy did bring up the Black people example, which I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I wish that was like hit on more, because I feel like that could have been maybe a more engaging argument and maybe a more kind of useful point that Lucy had that wasn't necessarily used. So yeah, the historical context kept being brought up, and that seems to be the main talking past each other. Lucy at one point said, I don't disagree. There's not an ethical imperative not to use it. So again, I feel like there's just some confusion. I feel like I don't want to restate that too much, but I feel like there's just a lot of stuff going on there where it kind of makes it difficult to judge in that case. They talked about speech acts. I actually think I would give the point to Lucy on that one, the whole speech act thing. I think that talking about the Holocaust is a speech act, and I think Lucy actually kind of won that little kind of back and forth. So I was going to score this one way, but then when it came to the end, Lucy accused Mel of over talking and interrupting. I actually don't think that's fair, and I'm the first one to accuse Mel of over talking and interrupting. I don't really think that's what happened. At least that's not the vibe I got. Lucy kind of tuned out a little bit and kind of just didn't engage and stuff. And so I was going to score this 7-3 in favor of Mel, but because of the ending, I'm actually going to score it 8-2 in favor of Mel.
Wow. All right. So we have an 8-2 for the affirmative from Confluence. Doomer, sir, you are up. Same thing. I assume you are ready to render judgment.
Yeah, I think so. It'll probably be a little bit quicker.
It's fine. Let me hear it.
This was really close in my head. I honestly see both sides of it. I see how Melanie's bringing up the difference between context and meaning, and I find that kind of persuasive. But I think also in terms of the prompt, I do kind of view it more broadly in regards to how context is taken here. And the more broad view of like historical context would be in and all that kind of stuff. I feel like most of this debate kind of centered around the neighbor word. So I'll kind of focus in on that. Um, I think that it was kind of thrown a little bit with the admission of for use among hard R among Black people, saying that you wouldn't say it was morally right or wrong in one way. At first, you did say it later, but at first that does kind of throw the prompt, because in taking the stance on the prompt, I kind of feel that you are indeed taking that position, whether you want to or not. And then in regard to Lucy, I felt that bringing up that there is no such thing as words without context is very persuasive, actually. And again, focusing on neighbor here, I feel like without the historical context, I feel like the argument for being morally wrong is much, much weaker. So I'm going a little bit opposite of Confluence here. I do think it was very, very close, but I gave it a 4-6 in terms for Lucy.
Okay, so like I told you, Shatters, whenever the judges don't see eye to eye, your vote changes everything. So please make sure you click that link. I'm going to drop it in one more time because now it matters more than ever. And damn it, I would like to look down and see 20 plus votes on that poll, because we now have a split decision going. We have one judge voting 8-2 for the affirmative. The other one is voting 4-6 for the negative. So we're going to go ahead and give you guys a couple more seconds to lock in any votes. And let's see. But either way, I do want to say that this was a great debate. I enjoyed the hell out of it, especially at the beginning. But I do also agree that two things. First of all, and Confluence, this does happen sometimes, where the debaters will come in with a different reading of the prompt. And really, some people think that that's a bad thing. Ultimately, that's part of debate. Like, which debater do you think established their definition and framing of the prompt better? Like in competitive debate, framing the prompt is part of the debate. So ultimately, we have to decide who it was that pulled you to their interpretation of the prompt. Was it, one more time, Melanie Cosmic Fox on the affirmative, or was it Lucy Hayes on the negative? So I'm going to go ahead and pull it on up now. You guys have had plenty of time to vote, and if you haven't done it already, you suck. So let's see. All right, you know what? That's fine. It's enough. Let's see. We've got, drum roll, please. Okay. Looks like the votes are in, and the votes say that Lucy Hayes has taken this by a 6-4 victory, according to the audience. So great job, Lucy. And again, like I said, there were no losers here. Both of y'all did a great job. This was Lucy's second appearance here. I'm sorry, I got to write this down so that I don't forget later. That is 4-6 again. So split decision win. Yeah, thank you both for showing up tonight. You both did great. So for those of you also who do not know, if either of you has to go, I completely understand. But if you're able to, especially if you're a content creator, you can sit in the back and just keep watching and react and scream and rage into a muted microphone for your own viewers regarding the next two prompts. However, after the debates are over, after all 3 debates are in the bag, we open it up to an after party where everybody who is here, including the judges and myself, get to kind of go back and forth on each of the prompts for about 30 minutes. So that way we can make sure and get to everybody who sat here quietly listening gets to put their 2 cents in as well. So it's really kind of, it's a fun part. So if you guys are able to, please stick around. It is a fun part of the
backstage?
process. Absolutely. If you want to.
Room?
Yeah, if you want to,
Okay.
that is not a problem. And just
thank you for having me. And I forgot to say in my closing, thank you to Lucy for the debate. It was very fun. And I know things got a little weird, but I really did have fun. So I look forward to maybe debating you again in the future.
I guarantee you both of you will be invited back. So you can just be prepared for that. So, all right. Thank you both. And yeah, like I said, we'll see you guys in the after party. Appreciate you. All right. So our second debate we have got going on. Boom and boom. Second debate of the night. The average person is better off not being involved in politics. This prompt is going to be debated by Razor on the affirmative. God bless America. I love those sunglasses. You suck. I want them. And Vigilante TV on the negative. So we're going to go through each of you guys. Please do me a favor and tell the people all about yourself. Razor, who are you? What are you about? And where can the people find you? I'll drop your link in the chat.
Hello. Once again, everyone from the DMZ who is watching today. I've been kind of busy, so I haven't been able to stream, and I've been tired, so I didn't do it today either. Unfortunately.
Cool. Hey, people.
Oh. Are we good?
You're good. Yep.
Sorry. I am Razor Sharp G from Twitch.tv. I am somewhat working on some videos, so I can finally get a YouTube channel, a few YouTube videos going. If you like what you see here, if you just want to see me talk about random shit or me post random shit, I'm on Blue Sky, Razor Sharp G 96 .bluesky.social. If you want to see me there, I'm also on Tumblr. It's a Glitch in the Fandom blog. If you want to look for that, I don't know. I'm just here to have a good time, look cool, and swing a sword around.
Here for a good time, not for a long time. All right, cheers. And now over to you, Vigi. Please tell everybody again who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link as well, sir.
Yep, I'm the Vigilante TV. You can find me here on Twitch, on Twitter as well, and TikTok and YouTube. I do debate content and gaming content. I haven't streamed in a while, and we'll probably getting back to that soon. So, yeah.
Cheers. And for those of you who do not know, since for some reason people keep forgetting to plug this, Vigi is also a member of the Word War debate competition that is taking place, just like what Kung Fu Joe was last night. The difference is that Vigi and I, if we face each other, it will be in the finale. So everybody hold your applause and cross your fingers, because that would be a wonderful battle, in my opinion. But that said, we're going to go ahead and kick this party off. We are putting both of these people have been here countless times. So gentlemen, I know you know how this works. I'm going to start off with you, Razor. 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening. Please tell us why you believe the average person is better off not being involved in politics.
Okay, so to start off, just so that we're sure we're not confusing each other on this, let's go ahead and talk about what I consider the average person. No one here counts as an average person, in my opinion. Everyone who does these debates, everyone who does daily looks at the news and studying up on the politics that's going around them, doesn't and constantly gathers as much information as they can to be the most informed to where they can communicate it to other people. You're not average. You are very we are the above average. We are the communicators. We are the ones that help the average people know who to vote for. When I see getting involved in politics, I do not mean voting. I do not mean that they should stop voting. I mean they should not have to. They should not have to be going to run for all these different small offices that they have no chance of winning, either because they don't have the skill set or they don't have the knowledge to know how to deal with whatever the seat is calling for. So should the average person be involved better off not being involved in politics? I believe they should stay away and take care of themselves and vote for their interests. And they should at least listen to the people who are the communicators, who are able to give them their knowledge to where they will be able to vote better because they are not completely uninformed, but they're not so inundated that they become depressed like the most of us are as we see the daily grind of the news. I want the protection of a lot of people's mental health, and I choose myself to put myself in that danger of worsening my mental health because I do want to help the average person not have to deal with it. I want them to be able to come to me, say, hey, what's going on with this? I go, you want to vote this way. And then they go, cool, maybe I'll look into it, but I have kids to feed. Let them have that cool down session of just voting for their best interest and then going on.
All right. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is now. It sounded like you were landing the plane there, I assumed.
Yeah.
So 3 minutes is on the clock, Vigi. It's your time to use as you see fit, cross-examine, rebut, or do what you want. Play the harmonica. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yeah. So who benefits when the average person disengages? The average person themselves or the people already influencing policy?
I never said anything about disengaging.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not reading the news and stuff is still disengaging.
Like the occasional look at the news is not being involved in politics. That's just staying like semi-informed enough to where you're not blindsided by shit, but you're not involved in politics. You are simply living your life, and politics is currently happening, but you're not getting involved in it.
Okay. When you're defining better off, are we talking materially, psychologically, in terms of representation, all three, or what?
I would say
matters more in your
psychologically.
case?
I would say psychologically, and emotionally, materially and financially. That one can be a discussion. But like I said, I would want them to at least go to some form of a communicator who can give them the knowledge that they need there without having to themselves look into too much. They can look to as little as possible and get the bare basics they need to know to get those votes in for their best interest.
Yeah. So, should the average person trust that the people who do stay involved will act in their best interest and inform them? Like, since you're talking about being what level of being informed, should they trust that they are being informed by the people who are actually well informed?
I would say you definitely, if someone legitimately has kind of a question about a certain thing, they should get multiple opinions, but they do not need to, as long as they at least get the bare basics from someone and they think like, oh yeah, this would actually be in my best interest. I could do this. If this person is saying that this policy will get my family fed, then I'm going to vote for that policy. If this person is telling me that this politician has this plan to get my family fed, I'm going to vote for that politician. They just need that the average person just needs that basic, while us communicators like me and you can give them as informed as they need to be, or as they want to be.
Yeah. So, which direction in politics do uninformed or very lightly informed voters tend to vote?
We're talking like it really does depend on the climate that is currently happening. Like if I were to talk about like right now, because there are way too many right-wing peddlers of misinformation, someone who is way too misinformed, they could end up being fear mongered into going the wrong direction because they are misinformed. I'm not going to deny that, but that's why we do need more communicators, but that's going to be people who are not average. They're people who, like us, who very autistically will look at the news and read up and study as much as we can to be as informed as possible, so that we can let our friends and family know, hey, this is the best options for now. Let's go on and do that.
All right. 3 minutes is up. So we're going to go ahead and go to you now, Vigi, for your opening, uninterrupted. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start up when you start, sir.
So no one is better off not participating in politics. Being a non-participant is putting blind trust in the idea that your fellow countrymen and the people they elect have your best interest at heart. Right now, that trust isn't earned. Look where we are exactly. Gas prices are climbing again, driven by a renewed instability in the Middle East that our tax dollars keep funding. That costs anywhere from, and the average cost of living is currently anywhere from over $80K a year to $40K a year for a single adult to get by. While wage growth has lagged behind for decades, none of this is an accident, and none of it improves if we opt out. Individual votes don't swing elections. Participation determines whose interests get weighed at all. Research on political representation has found repeatedly that when the people at the top and people in the middle or bottom disagree on policy, it's the people with money and organized power that actually move outcomes. The gap only widens for people who don't show up. Non-voters get ignored because their votes won't have mattered because they didn't vote. This isn't theoretical. Every major expansion of who this country works for came from people refusing to sit out. Slavery didn't end because the people in power woke up one day and decided it was wrong. It ended because decades of organizing made it impossible to ignore. The Civil Rights Act didn't pass because Congress felt like it. It passed because mass mobilization made inaction more costly than change. The New Deal, which brought us the minimum wage, the 40-hour work week, and banking regulation that held for nearly 2 generations, happened because a mobilized public demanded it during the Depression. In 1964, historic turnout produced majorities that passed Medicare and Medicaid the following year. And it isn't just a one-party pattern. In the 1970s, 20 million Americans turned out for the first Earth Day. That mobilization produced the Clean Air Act and the EPA. 2 decades later, the disability rights movement forced the vote on the ADA nearly unanimously. This is what happens when people show up and refuse to be ignored. So if we want an America that actually works for the people in it, we don't get there by sitting idly by. We get there by showing up, staying informed enough to know what we're showing up for. Look at who's spending money and making the vote harder, restricting access, purging voter rolls, tightening ID laws. Nobody suppresses something that doesn't work. They know how much power turnout has. This is a democracy. The power is in our hands. Voting is your voice. And right now, a lot of people are betting that we'll stay quiet.
All right. So 3 minutes is now on the clock, Razor. This is your time to cross-examine or rebut as you see fit. Again, I will start the clock when you start to talk. Go ahead.
When we're talking about getting involved in politics, what do you fully consider being involved? What is your metric for being involved in politics?
Being involved, in my opinion, ranges from voting to participating in protests and actually participating in mass mobilization.
Getting protests.
Robotic there? Is that just me? I'm sorry, pause for a second. Is that just on my end that everybody's getting robotic, or are you guys hearing each other okay?
From both of you. Apologies.
To me.
Yeah, everybody's robotic. Let's all leave and come back.
Ah, it might be a you. Okay.
Oh, okay, I can hear everybody again.
Hello.
Hey, Horse. I'll drag you in, Horse.
I could hear everybody fine before. Can you hear me better now?
Seems to have
Yes, I
fixed.
can hear you better now. Sorry, it got super roboty. I was
You
hearing
got a
less-
roboty
I
as
was
well?
hearing less than
Okay.
one word.
Yep, same here. All right. You know what, gentlemen? If it's all right with you guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to start the clock over again because I could barely hear it, and I don't think that the chatters could either. So 3 minutes is going back on the clock. Razor, please start it from the top, y'all.
Okay. The question, I'll go ahead and re-ask the question I asked. What is it that you would consider being involved in politics?
Yeah. So what I consider being involved in politics ranges from
Did it-
voting to mass mobilization.
Okay, I heard it. Okay, at least got that. Okay, at least got that part. It went right in, but then it corrected it at the end there. But I got that point. Okay. Would you? So you would. So in terms of the mass mobilization, do you think that the average person who is out on the streets fully understands what's going on while they're out with, like, say, their friends and family who had informed them of that we're going to a protest?
I think the majority of people going to the protests actually have at least a decent understanding of what is going on. Yes.
I apologize. You wait, Robody, again. You said you think that the majority of people who are going to protest know what's going on?
Yes, the majority of people going to protests know what is going on.
Okay, there you go. You're fixed now. Awesome. So would like how like when you say that, like so, like, if someone were to go down there and talk to any random person and ask them the questions, they would know, or would they direct them to, say, a quote protest leader?
Yeah, so we actually have people that do this. We have people that go out to protests and interview random people. The majority of them that go out tend to have their own opinions on what is going on and have some degree of idea of what is going on.
So you say there you would use consider so, and you would consider the people who are able to articulate any questions, any answers from questions asked, you would consider even them average, or if
I
they're
would
able to
consider
articulate well
that-
enough?
If you have a good understanding of what is going on, I wouldn't necessarily I do kind of agree with your definition of what, like, the average person is when we're talking about politics. So I would still consider most people at protests average people. It just kind of ranges from what uninformed voters to non-voters to well-informed voters. People like us I definitely agree that we're not the average people. We would be considered influencers, in my opinion.
Influencers
right.
and communicators is what I had stated.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock for you, gentlemen. Just keep rolling. This is open forum. I'll pop back in when we're done.
So back to this thing with the quote unquote journalists who will go into protests usually as a counter protester themselves to try and stir some questions up and everything. Like, they'll be asking questions to everyone. I'm sure you've seen these different videos where they go up to the most random person and they'll ask like some obnoxious question or some obscene, like not obscene, some.
Well, some of them do that. It depends on which side of
Yeah.
the aisle the person's on.
True.
A lot of the right wing interviewers will do that. But
Yeah, definitely.
we have a lot of different people that will go and ask genuine questions. Dean and Parker started out both of their content doing this.
Yeah, I've seen their videos. They do good work. And obvious, but then of course there's because of the with Dean and Parker, they at least go up to people and they do articulate well enough the questions and ask like, hey, what's your thoughts doing this? And they're actually able to let the person speak. So I would say like going up to an average person, to a quote unquote average person to ask them those questions, they'll give like the quick little, I'm here because my taxes are getting raised by this administration, or I can't put food on my table, and I want to change that. But that's as far as they're able to go. But when a right wing influencer does it, they'll ask a very specific question. And and of course, because they are rhetoricians, they will ask in such a way that the average person who's there ends up looking dumb because they didn't immediately push them off to someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable. Would you agree that usually happens?
Yeah, because they're average people. They're not people who do stuff like this. I mean, that's more of a issue with the way that modern organizing happens, because of modern organizing tends to be decentralized, which I don't think is a good thing.
Yeah, I can somewhat agree. Like we do need like some form of a leader for our protests a lot of the time, to be sure, with certain basically management of the protests, quotation marks on that. Where if like when the protest does happen, the average person who might be there, they don't want to be fully involved. The most they want to do is they want to throw their voice in. And do I consider being involved in politics? The closest, that's like as close as I could say of them being involved in politics as they should. That's as close as they should be. Is they should add their voice and they should vote, but they're better off not dealing with the rest of it. They should definitely, when they're there, if someone wants to ask them questions about certain things, they go, "Oh, this guy over there knows a lot more than me." That's our non-average guy who's here. So do be more like that. And the average that are often being involved.
You cousin.
They don't go to the chant of like, hey, don't thing. From at that point, they're just
So
to get their things taken care of.
Voting influence policy and influence politics, correct?
That's more
Voting influences policy.
I legitimately am getting robots from you. I don't know if that's me or I can't tell that's me or anymore because I'm seeing people in the chat are saying that they're hearing it.
Yeah, it's you and Radish. I think everybody else is. It's fine.
Sorry.
Which it seems weird that it would be the two of us. Let me stop the clock real quick. Yeah. So I just tried jumping out real quick and jumping back in. It sort of seemed to fix it. It's weird that Razor and I, but we're not in the same building. So I don't think it's my internet. I think it's Discord is fucking up. So I do apologize. Okay, and Doomer's experiencing it as well. Yeah. So again, I apologize, chat. We're doing our best here. This definitely is a Discord issue. This is not any of us specifically. So we're gonna keep working through it. If anybody can't understand while you're debating, just raise your finger for me, and I'll pause the clock. We'll get it sorted out, and we'll restart the clock. Because yeah, unfortunately, most of that last paragraph we didn't catch, Razor.
Oh, for me?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Anyways, but that's okay.
Okay.
We'll keep going. I'll stop the clock whenever it gets robot-y for me, because if it's getting robot-y for me, it probably is for y'all as well. So cheers, as you were.
Okay. So I guess I'll say my. I guess I'll say my last thing before, and then I want you to ask your question you were asking before. Yes. So the chat knows what I was saying. I would say like with the average person, that protest, I don't 100% consider that being quote involved in politics. Especially if you're going to a local protest, you are simply dealing with your you're dealing with your local community, and you're adding your voice to let them know, hey, I'm having issues, and this is obviously I obviously need this taken care of. And then whoever the leaders are of that group or that movement are the ones that deal with the politics of it all. At least that's how I feel it should be. I feel it should be. While the average people just go, yes, my voice is added to this. That's as deep as they should get in terms of being
super
involved
chat
in politics.
as well.
But I think better
I
off
just realized
not.
that. Hopefully
They're better off not
they
going
can't
any
hear me.
further than that.
Hopefully not. Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Happy White
voting
History
and
Month
protesting
feels white to us. It's
influence
K2, I
policy
actually
and they influence
it's
elections.
crazy. I actually did.
Correct?
Thank you, K2. God, I hope I'm doing them
Yes,
correctly.
elections have consequences. Yes.
Yeah, so voting and protesting, these are both involvement in politics, right?
If you want to get as sorry. I would say both yes and no, because voting is your I feel as a duty as an American. Like that's as far as you should get in. They're better off not dealing with it, dealing with all of the minutia. The voting should be the thing that they care about, and they should get the bare minimum information from some form of communicator.
Yeah.
And
So
sorry.
the reason I think you're separating the two. I think you're kind of when they kind of go hand in hand. You're separating physical participation and information participation. So information participation, while it is still important, people can do a little bit less with being involved in that. Though I do think it is very important for us to have a well-informed populace. While actual physical participation, things like voting, things like going to protests, things like calling your senators, this is still a type of participation in politics and is still being involved in politics. The whole point is nobody is better off when they don't do, honestly, both of these things, some level of information and then some level of active participation. If you're not doing both of these things, you're not informed yourself on what is going on. And two, you're not influencing what is going on in any way, shape, or form. And you're effectively leaving what happens in the country up to everybody else in the country that actually decides to participate.
I do feel that with the average person, they should I do believe in a informed populace as well. But obviously with the average person they would be someone who they just the whole meme of I just want to flip my burgers thing. I would prefer people they would be able to I want them to be able to not have to deal with a lot of shit, the mental anguish of like if I don't do XYZ, so and so is gonna happen. So a lot of my better off is like the mental strain of doing all of that. Like obviously with our current issues, that's a little hard to do, but I would it would be so much better. It would be so much better if they were able to not have to deal with that. I do understand why we are currently needing to do that, but like they're just better off not being involved because they can't deal with the stress. Like we've seen so many people do that.
Yeah, there are levels to how informed somebody is. There's the people like us who sometimes have to fucking read actual policies and actual policy proposals
and somehow dumb it down and get it to someone's head.
And explain it. I had to do this on a while ago. when the big beautiful bill was getting voted on, AI was very helpful for that because I was not going to read that entire fucking bill. And then there's
I got halfway through it.
I read the parts that I thought were important.
Yeah.
And then there's like the people who, like, I would say, like, the people who are like mildly informed are like the people in chat, the people watching, the people listening to us and explaining these things, right?
Yeah.
And then
they would
the
be. I would.
people
They would
who
say like
are-
they're. I would say like the chat technically counts a lot of chat, not counting people who are also debaters themselves in chat. I would say most people in chat are the average people who I want the best. I do want the best for a lot of them, and I don't want them to have to deal with mental anguish. But so I want to be able to help them to understand the policies that are going on in their life, so that they know where to vote.
Yeah. So, and then I would say like lower informed voters would be the people who like maybe watch the news once or twice a week, maybe read a article a couple times a week, maybe a couple times a month. And then like the uninformed voters are just the people like my aunt who just like don't fucking pay attention to this shit anymore at all because of how fucking toxic it's gotten.
Oh yeah, like I said, the people can't deal with the mental stress of it. There's like the few people who are in, like, again, the few people who are in chat who themselves are some form of communicator or who are constantly looking into all this stuff, like they're able to deal with that, but the average person might not be able to deal with that mental anguish of the toxicity that can come from looking into all this shit and possibly watching or reading all the stuff that's going on in the world.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, this is only half of the equation. This is just the information side of the equation. The part that actually affects stuff is, well, not being informed affects stuff as well, because uninformed voters tend to vote one specific way.
Yep, they'll go based off of emotion, not based off of knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah.
But the actual, yeah, the actual participation is or at least the actual direct participation is the going out to protest, is the going to the polls, is the actually being involved in influencing how these things are done. And that part specifically is the most important part of everything. And that is still a type of participation in politics that you've already agreed to an extent. Even you see that as participation.
Oh, yeah, to an extent, I do agree with that aspect. But as it says with the prompt, is the average person is better off not being involved in politics. I do believe that if it weren't for the fact that right now basically all of their lives are in danger, they would be so much better off not having to deal with this shit. It's unfortunate that they have to be, but they're so much better off if they're not. I would rather they don't have to. I do believe in the mantra of I just want to flip my burgers. Like I want that back. But right now we can't have that. So while people are in fact getting more involved, I would prefer that they not. They'll be so much better off. Being informed is needed to stay out of messes like what we're currently in once we get out of it, but I would want them to not have to do it.
On the information side of things, right? Like what happens when like low information voters are like the primary people who end up turning out? We get presidents like Ronald Reagan, we get presidents like Richard Nixon, and they turn around and destroy everything that's happened. All of the positive things that have happened, right?
I would say, if you let the low information voters only get the information that they then gather from hate mongers and fear mongers, that will be the issue. It's more the fact that the people who are the non-average people, the people who are the communicators, they end up influence, as you stated, we also count as a form of an influencer. It's the influencers we have to watch out for, and influencer v influencer needs to happen to go grab those uninformed voters to have them wheeled to the right direction for for what's best in their interest.
Yeah, and the way that you do that is by informing them. They have to. The whole point is the fact that in order for stuff to move in a positive direction, people have to be informed and they have to stay informed. When we let the flow of information lax and let people not let it seem okay that people aren't informed in voting, that's how we get things like the homelessness crisis that was caused by Ronald Reagan, the the massive drug war that was that is still going on, that was caused by Richard Nixon. These things
And his
are
racist team that basically stated they were doing it on purpose to jail black people. Yes, I know.
yeah, and you can't separate these things. They are both very important aspects of politics. And when we take these things away, it significantly worsens the outcomes that we have.
That's all I hit 0. So I fought.
We did indeed. I was letting y'all finish that off, but that's okay. You got there, and you definitely put a button on the top. So we're gonna go to each of you guys now for your closing arguments. You know how this works. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Razor. This is your uninterrupted time to put a bow on top. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So as we heard today, it's very obvious that we have a lot of either low information or no information voters out there right now who more than likely could be considered the average person. Someone who just wants to go flip their burgers and they just want to do their thing. They don't want to have to deal with all this nonsense. But right now, unfortunately, they have to deal with it. They are in it now. They are trying to get things taken care of, get it done. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them are fighting for the moment when they no longer have to be. And I do believe that it is a case to be made that the average person is better off, and they will be better off once this is all said and done, of no longer having to be involved. They can just go back to flipping their burgers and making sure that their family is taken care of and staying as informed as they needed so that they can make sure that they keep the right people in power by at the minimum voting, which again, I don't consider voting itself as being involved in politics, because there's no way to leave politics regardless, no matter what, because as the old moniker goes, you may not fuck with politics, but politics sure as hell fucks with you. So it's unfortunate that people can't avoid it right now, but they will be so much better off mentally and possibly even physically, and if they didn't have to be involved with politics.
All right. And once again, it sounded like you landed the plane, so we'll go ahead and stop it there. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Vigilante. Go ahead and give us your closing argument, sir.
Yeah, I agree that it would be nice if we could not have to be as involved as we are in politics, but unfortunately, the reality of things is, in order for things to get better and in order for things to once they are better, continue to be better, requires participation, whether that is on the information level, so you know who the correct people to vote for are, and actual physical participation, whether that's protesting when it's needed, whether that's actually going to the polls, whether that's calling your local and state representatives or federal representatives. These things are all types of participation. Participation on the informational level, like we said, it's things like actually reading the bills. You don't really have to do that. Actually watching the news, watching influencers, watching people explain the policy proposals, those are the things that are more important, and those are the things that we need to do in order to actually retain a well-informed populace. That way people actually know what the fuck is going on, because if we don't do this, that's how we get people like Donald Trump, that's how we get people like Ronald Reagan, that's how we get people like Richard Nixon, because when people don't know what's going on, they don't know what they're voting for. And time again, we see when actual participation happens, we get things like the Clean Air Act, the EPA, the ACA, the Civil Rights Act. We got the minimum wage because of participation. We got the 40-hour work week because of participation. Without participation, we don't get these things. Without participation, we don't make the country better. The country moves in a direction where it only works for the upper class. It only works for the people like Palantir, the people like Oracle, the fuckers that want to take our rights away and move us towards technocratic means and fascist means and feudalistic means. These people are who win when we don't vote. These people are who win when we don't go out and protest. These people are who win when we are not informed. If we want to stop these people, if you want to stop these people, we have to have an informed populace that participates in the system.
All right. And one more time, trailed off into oblivion. So I'll take that as an I'm done. All right. So that is our second debate cooked and in the books. Now we're going to go to the Q&A section. Chatters, remember, throw a couple bucks in the chat box. If you, I'm going to hold the voting until the judges are actually doing their votes. This time we're going to let you guys hear all of the answers and the questions and all that stuff first before you start voting. But if you have any questions to throw in, please go ahead and get those submitted while the judges and I are going through our questions. Judges, you guys have been listening in. I went to Doomer first the first time. I'm going to go to you this time first, Confluence. Do you have a question ready for Razor on the affirmative?
I do, in fact.
All right, let's hear it, sir.
Okay, so Razor, so you said that we should trust the informed. This is something that was said early on. I don't know if it was in Cross or in your opening. I think Cross. And that the average person is better off being perhaps less involved and trusting the communicators. But I guess my question to you is, like, how would the average person know who to trust? If they are uninformed, how do they know that that person is in fact informed in the first place? Is it just like, otherwise, like, to me, it might seem like a guessing game, or is there a metric you would use to tell the average person if they're uninformed on how can they tell who is the actual informed person they ought to be listening to?
I would say that the best way to be informed and finding people who are informed is figure out who it is that is talking in a way that sounds best for your pocketbook, and actually being able to deal with your help you save more money. So if you're hearing someone talking about how Medicare for all is a bad thing, stop listening to that person, because you'd save more money than you'd save a fuck ton more money if you advocated for Medicare for all or voting for people who advocate for it. If you higher taxes on the uber wealthy, money ends up going into the economy that could then take social safety nets, make them better for you. So if you hear someone say no, raising taxes on the uber wealthy past $1 billion is bad. You hear them say that, they're a bootlicker. You don't have to listen to them. But at least that's in my opinion, based off of how I've actually seen the world happen. It's gonna be it is legitimately gonna be based off of your best interest, what you have at your best interest at heart, and not what the fear mongers will say is going to happen to you if you don't vote for them.
All right. Doomer, question for Razor, please.
Yeah, quick two-parter. What % of America do you think would be an average American?
Somewhere around, I would say somewhere around 60 to 75, between 60 and 75% of America. I'm like throwing that. I will admit, throwing just a random number there, because it is going to be a lot of people who just want to go do their thing. They just want if I had the numbers for average blue collar workers in front of me right now, and that would be like around the number. I would think people who just are, who get up, do their work, and get home and take care of their family, are the people who I would consider the average person.
Okay, and then so you'd say you believe like a vast majority of Americans would be better off not involved in politics, even at like their most local level?
If the context were better, it would probably be best if they were able to not have to deal with too much. You could just vote for the people who would help them, who they believe will help them, um, and not really have to go any deeper than that for like their mental health.
Okay. All right. And since we don't have any questions from the chatters yet on this, I will go ahead and throw my question out. Razor. And I actually changed my question. Once you answered Confluence's question, I'd like to kind of dig a little deeper into your response. You were saying, first of all, you kind of changed it in the course. And at first you were saying whichever policy or representative better impacts your personal finances, but then later on you were saying in your best interests, so that did sort of open it up a little bit more.
Mixture.
Yep, to what I was going to say, without being involved, and I think this is what Confluence was trying to get at. Without being involved and informed about politics, how would you be able to know which one is in your best interests?
It would more likely be how you what you see in terms of your payments, your finances, your assets, certain certain things. Definitely voted to where they would more than likely be able to because again, I'm not saying uninformed, just they don't have to, they shouldn't be completely uninformed. Like minimal information is needed to know what will be best for your to help take care of your family, because it's obvious that there are social safety nets that would help people, if so long as you have that minimum information of, hey, this person wants this social safety net that would save you money, then you're good. You just vote for that person. You're good.
All right. Go ahead and going back to the judges for a question. We're going to go over to the negative now. Confluence, do you have a question ready for Vigilante on this?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Shoot.
Vigi. So this isn't this is just honestly in some ways a personal curiosity. I don't know how important this is, but the protester thing, this really stuck with me when you guys were doing the initial back and forth about the protesters and how informed they are. I guess I'm curious if you can speak more about how much you think that matters. Like if the protester, if they're doing the right cause and they have maybe like a couple of base facts, is that enough for you? Like as long as they're going out for the right cause, or like do you think you should only be protesting if you actually have like a nuanced understanding of what you actually desire to see, what change you desire to be affected?
I think I don't really think it's either. I think it's the reason why people go out and protest is because of the fact that they understand what's going on enough in order to know that they need to be out there protesting. I don't think people who are generally uninformed are going to be willing to go out and protest because they don't know enough to know that what's going on needs to change.
Okay.
Okay.
And Doomer, question for Vigi, please.
Yeah. Can excessive engagement become harmful? Like, where's the balance there? And I don't mean like doom scrolling or like seeking out misinformation. I'm talking like political engagement that you would kind of pursue.
Yeah, I definitely think there could be a level of harm from engaging too much. I mean, obviously, we know that excessive engagement on the information side can definitely cause things like depression, because of how well, depressing things are nowadays. And then on the like actual physical participation side, don't sit there and go out and protest until you lose your fucking job. That would be fucking stupid. I mean, I don't, outside of like going out to protests every single day and calling off work to like protest and stuff and like putting your livelihood at risk, I wouldn't really see any harm in like physical participation.
Okay. And now my turn. So Vigi, I'm gonna ask more for a response to an idea here, as opposed to a direct question. So, would you please give me your thoughts on the idea that a representative democracy such as ours is inherently set up so as to give a buffer for the average person, so that the average person is literally nominating someone else to go think about politics, to go be involved in the politics. Would you agree, disagree? Like, what are your thoughts on the idea that the representative system acts as a buffer to prevent the average person from being involved in politics?
So I would disagree with part of that. I think it is meant to be a buffer on the information side of politics. I don't think it's of the information side of participation, I should say. It's not meant to be a buffer in participating physically in politics, because in order for the representatives to represent you as a person, you have to go out and vote. When necessary, you have to go out and protest. A great example of like having to go out and protest is the Civil Rights Act. Every policy that we have gotten that has made substantial change comes from participation. The information side is less important. It is less vital because we are in a representative democracy. But you have to have physical participation in order for the representative democracy to do its job.
All right, fair enough. And it looks like we do have a last minute question, and this question is actually for both of y'all. So I'm going to read it to each of you. We're going back to you first for your answer, Razor. Is online depression a symptom of politics or algorithms? Do you believe that political involvement or information online can be done healthily if not for the algorithms, or is it inherently depressing? So I'm going to try and kind of summarize that question. Do you believe that online depression is tied to politics and or political awareness? And as a secondary thought, do you believe that that is because of the algorithms, or is it inherent to political involvement? Go to you first, Razor.
Studies have actually been done on this, the online depression issue. It is the algorithms. It is majority of the algorithms. There's people who are informed, who are not depressed, who are using non-algorithmic setups. They have turned off their algorithms. They are a lot happier. They're able to watch the content they want to watch, read the content they want to read. And if they want to stay uninformed and in a non-biased way, go to groundnews.com. Not sponsored. Sorry. Sorry, but yes, Ground News is a wonderful site if you want to stay well informed without the algorithm fucking with your mind and be able to see both sides. Again, not sponsored, still get it.
All right, and over to you now, Vigi. Same question. Excuse me. Do you believe that the politics, the online depression, is a symptom of politics, or do you believe that the algorithms are what is causing it?
Yeah, it's I agree with Razor. It's definitely due to the algorithms. The one of the big reasons why, not just because the algorithms, like the algorithm on X, tends to push you towards fighting with other people. You also have the fact that because of the algorithm-based engagement, even like on things like Google at this point, you have the actual news sources writing things in a way that is meant to be engagement bait, and worsening the quality of the news that we get. So when it comes down to it, the reason why things are worsening and causing like the depression from the information side of participation is due to algorithms.
All right. There we go. So that is our second debate in the bag, kids. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for the votes here in the chat. Boom, right there. I'm going to send it over there to you, Confluence, so you can throw it into your chat and see what your viewers think was the better debater. I want to remind you, chatters. I want you to vote on who you think made the most compelling case tonight. Not just who you agree with and not just who you like the most. Do you believe it was Razor on the affirmative? Or do you believe that it was Vigi on the negative? Again, cost you nothing. Click that link. Tell us which side you think made the most compelling case. Let me go ahead and drop that into the Kick chat. Boom. And into my YouTube chat. Boom. And there we go. Now, judges, I'm going to go ahead and go this time over to, who did I go to last time? Doomer, you're going to go first. Yeah, Doomer, you're going to go first this time. Are you ready to render judgment, sir?
1 second, let me turn the baby monitor off real quick.
Yep, that's fine. Take your time. If you want, I can go to Confluence. You did say 1 minute, but I'm going to give you a couple of seconds here, and then we're just going to go to Confluence. Do, 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 do.
Okay,
there you go. All right, cool. Nope, he's ready. All right, Doomer, go ahead.
Too late. Yeah, I like this debate actually. I think Razor did a really good job, especially given the prompt. I felt it kind of put him behind. I felt he did a really good job highlighting the individual benefits that people would get not being involved in politics, especially today, highlighting the stuff like just getting run down with having to keep up for one, and the major point there. But I felt some things did go kind of unanswered. I felt Vigi kind of brought up a lot of things like some of those things that would be benefits to them not being involved in politics was kind of granted to them by involvement in politics, like a shorter work week, all these kind of like individual rights over time that have been granted, stuff like that. My notes are a little bit sparse, so sorry for that. There's a lot of robot notes in there, but outside of that, I did give it 3 to 7 to Vigi, just on the basis of, especially I feel pretty much just based off of that political action nets benefits that either are equal to or are greater than the kind of benefits an individual would get for just not being involved in general.
Okay. All right. So that's Doomer with a 3-7 for the negative. Confluence, your turn, sir. How did you land on this?
Right. Okay. This one was kind of a knife's edge, partly because there was a lot of agreement, partly because they both brought up good points. So let me go through my scattered notes. I think Razor's opening, I think, was strong. He brought up the mental health aspect, which is something that I maybe personally wish that was maybe gone into in greater depth, because I think that's perhaps the strongest argument. But I think there was a strong opener. He clarified that he wants people to vote. He wants people to listen to communicators. He doesn't want them to be involved past a certain point where it becomes detrimental to themselves. I thought Vigi's opener was very fair as well. He basically countered kind of with saying that we're just putting blind trust in other people, and that trust has not been earned in our current political climate, which I think is an incredibly strong point. I mean, he gave historical examples as well of how things have changed based on people that are not necessarily super, involved, quote unquote, like they are not super knowledgeable, but they still affect change. He mentioned the ACA, the EPA. Let me check my notes. What else? The Clean Air Act, the New Deal. He mentioned a lot of things where, like, you want people to be involved if you want to affect change, and that change is effectual. It is. So I thought that was a very strong opener from both of them. Yeah, in the open talk portion, the cross exam I think was pretty even. At least I scored it even. I think they both did a fair job, kind of pushing back. The open talk is where a lot of the agreement kind of happened, and a lot of maybe the nuance came into it about exactly how much you should be involved. I think Vigi had a strong point saying that you're just kind of basically leaving it up to the vicissitudes of the political climate. So yeah, I don't know. I thought that was a strong point because the people in power later on, I think he mentioned Palantir and the other people in charge, right? Like if you have a strong political system, his argument, right, is that if by doing political inaction, you are kind of ceding power to the people that already have the power, which I thought was a strong point. There's a lot of agreement, a lot of good points on both sides. And yeah, not much more to say on the on open talk. I think there was a great deal of agreement. I think Vigi had a slight edge on it though. In the closing, again, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think both people did a good job. His main argument is that I think Razor has a strong point in that he said that in an ideal world, if people could just, as he said, flip burgers and not deal with this would be the perfect world. And I think that's a strong thing. I think that's something that resonates with a lot of people. But I think Vigi in his thing had a stronger closing and a stronger argument overall. He even conceded that, yeah, that would be a better world, but that's not the world we live in. If we just go on about our daily lives and are not influenced by politics and we're not spurned on to create change, things will just stay the same and we'll just have a default status quo. And so, yeah, overall, I would give this to Vigi slightly. I would give him 6 to 4.
Okay, so well, 4-6. Okay, so 4-6 to Vigilante for the negative. All right, chat. Well, unfortunately, that means just like here in America, your votes don't actually really mean very much, and it is going to go straight into the hands based on the authorities above us. However, I do still want to see what you guys decided, so please make sure you click that link and get us your vote locked in. I'm going to drop it in one last time real quick. I don't always give this particular caveat, but it's rare that one is as egregious as this one. So I do want to say for both of these debaters, everybody, both of these cats found out this prompt for me like this morning. Okay. So we had people canceling, we had shit fall apart. So literally these motherfuckers are going on 12 hours prep. So you just bear that in mind. And I'm finding out from the chat that Razor was kind of on the fence himself. So both of them were sort of soft on this position. I wanted the two of them for the third prompt, but unfortunately the third prompt was already given. That's why I'm looking forward to both of them getting in deep on the third prompt in the after party. What are you going to say, Razor?
If I may, real quickly, just
tell Horse I'm gone.
Just because I feel like it needs to be said. When you sent me the message about it, and I saw what you had done what we have, then you switched it, it back.
I did.
But when you did the first one, when you did it the first time, I saw the prompt and I went, I don't remember saying yes to this. I don't agree with this, but then I was like, you know what? Challenge, Steel Man, let's do it.
Oh, so you were completely cold Steel Manning on this. No, well, so this is another thing, and this is for you guys out in the chat as well as to the judges and all of the debaters. Read the fucking prompts carefully and click slowly, because at least once a week I've got somebody, I'll reach out to and be like, hey dude, I really want to see you debate this. Oh fuck, that's not what I meant. I didn't click that. I will show them the fucking screenshot of their answer and be like, yeah, you did. But okay, cool. No, it's okay. For what it's worth, that's one of the more exciting parts of this job for me, which is getting to see people who I would not expect to take that position and be like, okay, like literally last night's prompt, which ended up with a concession because one of the debaters didn't fully understand the prompt. Literally, I had two Christians arguing about the right to life and the right to death. I'm like, hey, this is exciting. I want to see two different takes from the same general ideology. And then once we got in there, it's like, oh man, I misunderstood. Well, fuck me. But that's okay. It happens. I
think you, Razor, I think you went with a good approach with trying to talk about the political involvement, but you should have known I wasn't going to let you get away with that, buddy.
Believe me, I knew. Like, I'm probably more like agree with you. Like I said, I was Steel Man that entire time.
Yeah, let's hold on to that, because we will get into the after party as well. You guys know we'll kind of discuss y'all's everything. I just want to give you guys both the thank you, the attaboys, and the acknowledgement that not only was it a Steel Man, but it was also a short notice Steel Man. So that to me it gives y'all extra credit. But great job to both of you gentlemen, and I appreciate you. All right, everybody, we have reached our third and final debate of the night. Remember, though, whenever the debates are over, we're still going to do the after party where we go back through each prompt for about 30 minutes with all of the people who were not involved in the prompt originally being able to weigh in and put their 2 cents, et cetera, including the judges and myself. So that said, our third and
Still have to
final.
look at chat vote.
Say again.
You still have to look at chat vote.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. It does still matter.
You won it.
I know, but let's see. All right, come on.
It still matters for points.
No, it does. It does matter for points.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. And for bragging rights. Shit. All right. The average person is better off not being involved in politics. Show results. Oh, it's fucking tied.
Wow.
50-50. So yeah, it's 7-7. So there you go. So not only was it it was a split decision ultimately. And the audience was not persuaded either way.
Thank
so
God me
that's
and
cool.
Goober agreed
All
on
right.
it.
That makes me feel better.
Fuck.
The audience didn't know where to land. That's cool. So our third and final debate of the night, everybody. This one, and I'm actually really, really excited to hear how this one goes. I sure hope both of these debaters brought their A game. Mandatory minimum sentences should be abolished. This is a pretty heavy prompt.
Locked
Our
in.
2 debaters tonight, we have Ludelmiss returning on the affirmative, and we have Game Boy in here arguing on the negative. Ludel, you are up first. I'm going to ask you, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I will drop your link in the chat while you talk. You are muted, Ludel.
He's also deafened.
You're also deafened.
Do I win?
Minus 2
Still
points.
deafened?
right out of the
Still can't
gate.
hear you?
Minus 2 points for a skill issue.
Bro, easy.
Someone messaged.
Sweep.
Ludel?
Oh,
yeah,
no,
no, he
he's
knows.
very
He knows. He
messaging.
hears. He knows. He knows. He's fixing.
Yeah, he's listening to the stream.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta undeafen in
Minus
Discord
3
Still
buddy,
points.
can't hear you.
One up.
and mute the stream.
We'll get there, everybody. There's always tech issues.
Gellert, if you will. As you must.
Yep, we know. There he
How about
is.
There
now?
we go.
That's the shit. All right, Ludel.
All
Once
right.
again, this is not
It
your
was a-
opening. This is just you introducing yourself. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not Ludelmiss. Ludelmiss is my daughter, but I go by the moniker Lumiss because she loves watching the YouTube channel. And so the point being is that you can find me at Ludelmiss Debates or find me at this podcast Will Become Your Tomb, which is my brother and I go over sleep token music, analyze all the myth, all the lyrics, all the musical chord progressions, and we go from there.
Very, very cool. And now over to you, Game Boy. I know you don't really have any socials, but go ahead and tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and why they can't find you anywhere.
So me and Razor both own Tumblr and Blue Sky, so like you can find me on that. I low key just kind of stalk around here and talk about like at this point just rap music. Like it stopped being about politics a while back. Once I brought up Kanye once, they wouldn't let me go. So
I
that's
mean,
about
well,
that.
well, when you say something as nutty as that, what can be expected?
Hell of a
All right,
lineup.
gentlemen, you know the
As
assignment.
nutty as what?
As you. All right, so you guys know the assignment. You guys have been here many a time now, so you guys understand the game. I'm putting 3 minutes on the clock for you first, Ludel. Go ahead and please tell us why you believe that mandatory minimum sentences should be abolished.
All right. Can everybody still hear me? Everything's good?
Yep, you're golden.
All right, perfect. All right, perfect. Okay. So for some reason, I have another window making backup freaking sounds in my head. 1 second.
Another
Yep,
negative.
make sure you mute.
Life.
Make sure you mute the videos ninja where we put our video screen, our video
Oh.
feed. Mute that. Because unfortunately, people are able to sneak in there even with the password in place.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, you sound great. I
All
will
right,
start the clock
perfect.
when you
All
start
right.
to talk. Go ahead.
Cool. Thank you very much. All right. So I think the important point when we're talking about mandatory minimum sentences, we have to kind of dichotomize these into trichotomize these into 3 separate things. Okay. There's the subject of the topic, mandatory minimum sentences, which are a U.S. law, which basically most generally is 21 U.S.C. 848, which means it removes the discretion from a judge or a jury to give a sentence based upon the facts of the case, any factors that would lessen the guilt, any circumstantial factors, any past factors, right? So that's one thing, which is the actual mandatory minimum sentence we're debating tonight. The second one is a mandatory sentence enhancement, i.e., if you committed a felony while you had a gun in your possession, if you committed a felony while on a school ground, if you committed a felony that involved domestic abuse. Those are enhancements, not mandatory minimums. So basically, you already got your sentence and you're getting more tacked on because of the way the crime was created or committed. And so that's not mandatory minimum sentencing. Mandatory minimum sentencing is it sets the base minimum a judge can give, removes judicial discretion entirely. The third category, I just want to let everybody know, is a mandatory sentence enhancement based upon past criminal conduct. So that would be something like you have a rap sheet as long as my arm, and because this is your fourth time assaulting an old lady on the subway, then you're getting more because of that. So that's not a mandatory minimum. That's a mandatory sentence enhancement. So when I bifurcate these things out, we have mandatory minimums, which is what I'm arguing against. And then we have enhancements based on the conditions of the crime. We have enhancements based upon past criminal conduct, okay? Now, the problem with this and why it needs to be abolished is because in America, and that's what I guess we're talking about, I guess worldwide too, generally speaking, most crimes in the criminal court or most judicial cases in the criminal court are handled by pleas. 97 to 99% plus in the federal courts, and within any given state between 88 at the low end and 99 on the high end. So an net average of 95% in the state courts. So the issue is that when you go plead to a charge, and a lot of the people who are pleading to their first offender charge, which has a mandatory minimum, for example, drugs, which is the most common one, and the mandatory minimum is based upon the amount of drugs that were found in the possession, maybe not even of you, maybe of somebody else, but you're being charged with that crime. You've now pled guilty because you can't afford a lawyer, or a public defender is the only one you can't afford because you have to pay for him, right? So the 95% of cases handle because of plea nationwide. And so if you plead guilty to something, well, that's good for you. The prosecutor in the plea agreement will say, well, I'm not in charge of sentencing. I'm going to recommend you get probation. But all of a sudden, you're bound over in a drug case, for example, where the judge is deprived of the discretion to actually consider the circumstances. So it's happened, and it happens frequently, that somebody can be in the car with a buddy who has drugs in the car. They can be charged with it. They can plead to it. With the prosecutor saying, we'll try to give you 6 months. And the judge gets up there and says, well, I'm bound by the law. I can't exercise my judicial discretion. I'm bound by the Article 3 of the Constitution to do. And so that's why it needs to be abolished. It restrains judicial ability to issue sentences and hurts people who have not committed previous crimes. I'll yield to cross-examination.
All right. Now, Game Boy, 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Go ahead, please, and use this time as you see fit, cross-examine or rebut. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Bro just gave up.
Wait, I can't hear you at all.
Sorry, I didn't start.
He hasn't started yet.
Oh,
No,
fine,
he was gathering himself. It's fine. I don't start the clock till you start.
I'm mad intellectual right now. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do you think the problem is inherently with the extent in which, like, how long the minimum sentences are, or do you think it is inherently because it limits what the judge can and can't do?
Yeah, it's not the length. The length could be like quibbled about. It's because, well, not even in like 11 states also, it's the jury. So even when you have sentencing that the state constitution has amended to go to a jury, the jury is bound. So the jury can only choose, you're going to give them 5 or you're going to give them 11. And so, again, like it does not allow them to consider the facts of the case in front of them. And Article 3 of the Constitution says that the judge is bound to consider the facts of the case in front of them, not what other people said, not what Reagan said, not what Biden said, not what Obama said, as far as statutory law or Congress said, right? They're bound to consider the case in front of them. And because of the statutory minimums make the judge not able to actually do that, even if there were a lot of like alleviating factors, the judge or the jury, even a jury that appears, cannot actually issue an impartial sentence based upon the totality of the circumstances. That's my big problem. Sorry to go so long-winded.
Why inherently is it an issue that they cannot address the like context at hand? Like, say if someone was a pedophile, are we gonna say like, oh well, we got to look at the context at hand? How many kids they did, or what's their prior history, kind of situation?
I mean, I think you're kind of confusing two things here, right? Is there a prior history? That's a sentencing enhancement, not a mandatory minimum, right? If you've been convicted of this
I
in the
know,
past,
but I'm
you-
just,
oh, sorry.
I
Oh,
was
go
being
ahead.
a little conniving. I just
You're
mean
fine.
like,
I caught you.
why? Yeah, you did. Low key, you got me. Why? Like, I'm just saying, like, if there was someone like a pedophile, what are the things that would need to be considered? Why can't we have a mandatory like 5 years for that, where we can keep them
5
away
years.
from kids, like say their father or something like that?
So I mean, I think there's a different thing. There's a mandatory. Okay, so let me try to break it down. So there's 21 USC 851,
band,
which
rage
says
bait,
if the crime has
band,
aggravating
bucks,
factors, like i.e. if it was
unmodded,
committed on a
band,
minor,
kick out of
i.e. if it was
Discord.
committed with a gun, i.e. if it was committed on an elderly person, right? And you've been convicted of, say, aggravated robbery against a minor or sexual assault on a minor, right? That's a sentence enhancement. So you've already been convicted of the crime of sexual assault. That's your 5 years. And then because it's a minor, there's an extra 10. So it's not actually a mandatory minimum. It's a whole different statutory construction. That's what I was trying to lay out. I'm sorry if I didn't do it well.
That adds more nuance that I hadn't considered, but I'm still of the belief, like, yeah, we can squabble about drugs and that sort, but if we're talking about sexual assault, I don't think there's been anything you've said where I'm like, oh shit, there is stuff the jury needs to consider. We can't just straight up give them 3 years as a bare minimum. Like, no probation, we need some jail time.
All
what
right.
if the
Well, hold
other-
on.
what if the other- oh, sorry,
Hold on.
sorry.
Nope, the clock's up. That's all right. So now, Game Boy, 3 minutes is on the clock for you. This is your uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Such a great rhyme thing going on. Fucking Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, I'm gonna be blunt. This is his area of expertise. Let's not doubt ourselves here. And he definitely has the easier position. We pretty much acknowledge that mandatory minimums have been abused throughout our history, like a lot of other aspects of the criminal justice system, like drugs, for example. I will probably agree with Ludo if he says, okay, no mandatory minimums on drugs, or hey, reduce mandatory minimums on these crimes. I don't think that's the issue here, and I'm glad that we got that out in the cross of like, yo, it isn't the link. I have seen cases in which I find mandatory minimums necessary to classify certain laws where I don't think the jury or the judge technically needs any input for us to not say, okay, this in of themselves, if they're guilty or pleaded to it, is a wrong thing and they shouldn't serve probation. They should serve, hey, maybe even like a stand-in amount of years, like 1 year in prison, just enough where we can say like, yeah, let's not have someone convicted for sexual assault, like I said earlier. If there's, say, a father, there's this case, Robert Richards, don't know shit about it, where he like,
Fucking wish.
he had
Wish.
touched his kid,
Included by
pleaded
you
guilty,
guys, super chat.
terrible situation,
Super chat,
but
okay.
got
He's gone.
probation and had access to his kids much later on until it was dealt in family court. I don't see it fair how we had this entire period where he was in probation. And we had to wait all this time where he was in probation, had access to his kids until the family court case was dealt with later. I think this is a case where we can easily say, okay, sexual assault is one of those situations where probation shouldn't be on the table. We should have a mandatory minimum sentences. And maybe that's not how that works. Maybe Ludo can inform me about, okay, mandatory minimum sentences doesn't include no probation. No probation is a separate category. But there are enhancements, like he brought up. If you have an enhancement on a crime where, say, sexual assault's a factor, and oh, you did it with a kid, that's another thing we need to add on. He's already acknowledging that if we apply this, that's kind of removing a little bit of access, like if this thing is included in the case. Now, I may be mistaken on that as well. But if the law says, well, if it's done with a minor, he gets an extra 3 years, isn't that also removing power from the judge or jury on what they can do and what they can do with their will? Please, I'm more here to like beg the question because I know he's more informed, but I at the same time have not seen any reasonable evidence not to believe that mandatory minimum sentences are still necessary.
All right. Noodle, Now it is your time to cross-examine. 3 minutes is on the clock. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Cross-examine or rebut as you see fit.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you just fine.
All right, good.
Here you
Double
like
checking.
water.
All right. Hey, appreciate you. All right. So my first question to you is, I guess the question is like, do you understand the difference between an enhancement for another crime? Like sexual assaulting anyone is a crime, right?
Yeah, I understand the enhancement concept now that you explained
And so it's more, but I think you would agree we should punish people who sexually assault minors more than we do people who sexually assault people of their same age. It's because it's a bit worse, right?
No problems with the enhancement. Yeah.
Okay, so if you rob somebody,
yeah.
right, and if you rob somebody at
see anything.
gunpoint, probably a little better than just like putting your finger in your pocket and saying, "Hey, give me your money,"
I
right?
don't know why Game Boy's agreeing.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if a certain crime like sexual assault happens at all, we should have a minimum sentence. And why are we applying enhancements to those already bad crimes to say, okay, well, we add this and this?
Well, there's no mandatory. So let me give you a hypothetical then, okay? Say two 16-year-old kids, right, get drunk with each other at a party, right, and they end up having intercourse. One of them goes home, and one of them tells their mom. Mom's like, "Whoa, you snuck out your window last night. Where the hell were you?" You're like, "Oh, Mom, I got R-worded at a party." Now, under your mandatory minimum construct that I think you're arguing for, because it's a sexual assault case and the victim is a minor, then the consideration of the fact that the male in the case was not only the same age, but even let's just say for the sake of argument, a month younger, and it might have been consensual, then those attributes can't factor in. It's the same thing as if a 58-year-old did horrible things to an 8-year-old. That's not sane, is it?
Testy, thank you.
I agree with that, but at the same time, I think that maybe nuances in how we convict the law.
But that's what mandatory minimum. But mandatory minimum gets rid of the nuances, though. That's the whole problem. Is a judge without mandatory minimum? A judge. Sorry, just real quick. Sorry, go ahead. Answer. I'll give you a chance. Go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
I don't like being a judge. I feel like
I'm saying more in the sense of like that may be a different case entirely, rather from sexual assault. Because if you are not sober and you agree to do something consensually, and the other person isn't sober, but it's seen as a consensual experience. Like, I think I've had this conversation with Bidgie in the past where he straight up doesn't believe that's sexual assault. Like that's a nuance where it's like, do we even convict that as sexual assault in the first place? And not a matter of, okay, there's nuances.
But in the juvenile justice system in America, right, you don't get a jury. You have one judge who decides everything. Juveniles are not entitled to a jury trial at all. And so if you have, thank you, Bidgie, and for all the good times. And if the judge convicts you, right, then all of a sudden the judge who can sentence you, who could take into account the fact of all these things,
I should be the one that's listened to.
That thinks that
I am the one who talks.
It's not a clear case. The judge has no power. The elected magistrate who's in charge of handling these things has the power to actually meter out justice appropriately, taken from their hands, and it has to handle in a federally mandated 5-year sentence. Not cool.
All right, gentlemen. So I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock now. Just keep rolling. This is open forum, and take it in a different direction. Keep where you're going as you choose.
Well, yeah, but I would also argue that to the degree that you say, well, this is an elected magistrate, how can we say remove his power to do this? Or this is a jury from our peers. How can we limit what they're doing? I think we can also acknowledge, and I think actually you bringing up how the jury is a factor in many states is actually, to me, and this is just me, a better case from my point, because how do we trust the jury to rightfully convict someone knowing the limits of the law rather than a stagnant piece of say, okay, here are the guidelines for the jury if they're going to further commit. Certain laws have a minimum in which we convict, and then we add on to that later on. I have been
the difference is though, right? Let me break it down. So they call it a bifurcated trial process, right? There are 11 states that allow the jury to, in some cases, not all cases, not capital punishment cases for sure, allow the jury to give the sentencing out. Okay. Now the thing about that though is there is one jury and one judge that handles the trial process, the conviction of guilt. Okay. And then it goes to a separate jury, and there's a separate proceeding for the sentencing. So the point in time we're talking about mandatory minimum sentencing, it's a whole separate procedure, a whole separate thing, a whole separate dog and pony show for that. And so what I'm saying is that if somebody goes up and shows their first offense, mitigating factor, he was 16, she was 16, the judge is like,
Shame on
5
you.
years.
Shame.
My hands are tied by the law. Jury's
but at
like,
the
our
same
hands are
time,
tied by the jury comes back and said, the jury comes back sometimes and says 1 year. And the judge is like, I'm sorry, that's against the law because the mandatory minimums, I have to override the jury's the jury's determination.
The female picture,
to
the female
accord
voice
with the
who's been on
federal
panel
or
is
the
actually
state
a
mandatory minimums.
strong, robust
That sounds very
documentary.
unjust to me.
Yeah, but at the same time, why do you trust? Like you made the clarification that this is a separate jury. Why does that give them any more legitimacy than the jury I was talking about? Like I don't see how we still trust people of like I am as knowledgeable as those people on that jury. And say,
Right.
given the situation that you just brought up, me and Vigi are there. Me and Vigi
Sure.
don't think that's sexual assault. Me and Vigi think that's a complex situation that's not that black and white to be sexual assault. Well, then why can't me and Vigi say, oh shit, that's a separate crime entirely, or that's not even a crime?
Well, but here's the thing, though,
You
right?
were
is that
saying
the judge,
we
the
accept
judge,
this as a crime, and therefore, like,
No,
if
no,
we
no,
accept this
not
as
quite.
a crime,
So the judge presents to you a series of jury instructions, which says that the accused in this case has been charged of rape. Rape consists of the unwanted sexual touching in a private, depends on the state, but unwanted sexual touching in an area without consent. And then the judge says, you are to determine whether or not these three things happened. If your answer to 1, 2, and 3 is yes, and you don't get to consider anything else, is it fit the statutory definition of a rape? And that's all you get to answer in the jury room, and the judge checks your work. And you can't bring out any extraneous information, and you're only allowed to consider evidence that goes to those three things. So even you,
Yeah,
I mean,
but in this
I appreciate you and
situation,
Vigi's heart, but the point about it is that the jury instructions are what tailor the jury's verdict, right? And once the jury reaches its verdict, then the sentencing happens. Like you can jury nullify.
yeah,
That's,
but in that
that's
case,
not the question, though.
you said like unwanted, but these are two people who, in their right mind, couldn't consent, but they wanted to do it. That's why they did it. They
And
were
she
just
testifies,
intoxicated and couldn't do it.
but she testifies. Here's
People-
what I think we're breaking down.
If my
I know,
mom
but-
caught
but
me
here-
having
okay.
sex with someone and I was drunk, I would yell rape too. If I was
But here's-
16,
okay, yeah,
you don't
yeah.
think I would do that?
I mean, I bet any right-thinking person who had sound mind would, but that's not the point. The point we're talking about here is that's the
Yell rape.
conviction
You're not-
process.
you might have misheard something.
Well, the
That's
conviction process has
crazy
already
thing.
happened here. We're talking about sentencing, which is a separate procedure. So at the point in time we're talking about mandatory minimum sentencing, the conviction has already occurred. So I appreciate and would love to have you and Vigi on a panel of jurors. God, I'll solicitate you for jury duty in any case I'm in.
throw in.
But the point is that at the point in time we're talking about mandatory minimum sentencing, or the judge being able to adjust the sentencing based upon mitigating factors or escalating factors, the conviction is already entered. You cannot set it until there's a conviction. So when we're talking about mandatory minimum sentencing,
Jury, yeah.
the conviction is done.
The jury doesn't
Poop
matter.
is out of the horse, the toothpaste out of the tube.
The jury doesn't decide
That's how it
the
is.
sentencing.
So we're talking about sentencing, not conviction process. I just
Yeah,
wanted
but
I
I'm
tried to
more
break that down
saying-
before. Sorry.
But like I no, but like I'm agreeing with you on how the system works. I agree with like the terms you're using. I'm just saying what makes this jury qualified to make that decision.
Well, the problem is that nothing would make it qualify because it's mandatory minimum. That's the whole issue. I mean, you can have it. You can have it.
If mandatory minimums didn't exist, what would make them qualified to make a decision?
The fact
What
that
would they be
a
working on?
jury of they're a jury of their peers
Oh.
and would hear the testimony from
Oh.
experts on both sides about
What-
mitigating factors. About say what?
Yeah, but at the same time, can we not trust that juries make wrong decisions? It's why
Yeah,
would we not?
Sure.
hold-
Okay, but here's okay. Okay. I think your point kind of flips on yourself. No offense, brother. Is that the whole point is that we don't get juries to decide anything if there's a mandatory sentence in place. I think it'd be a terrible thing if juries can sentence somebody who wasn't guilty of the full sentence to a longer sentence than they deserve. That'd be terrible. But the whole point is that we're taking the entire matter out of the jury's hands or the judge's hands on sentencing. Like the things that you're saying, well, some juries might get it wrong. You're damn right. But in these cases where mandatory minimum sentencing is implicated, they can't get it wrong because is right as they could be, being like, we want to send them to 6 months, 5 years, 10 years,
they
whatever
can't
the
get it
mandatory
wrong.
minimum is. But the thing is, they can never get it wrong because they don't actually get a decision. Like you never actually get a decision for sentencing
Oh,
on a jury if
no.
mandatory minimum's implied. Oh, what happened?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the jury is, like, if we're saying, okay, well, I don't know if you agree with this, but if we're saying the jury isn't qualified, and you're saying, well, the jury can't get it wrong, why am I upset here?
I'm saying in mandatory minimum sentencing, the jury can neither get it right nor wrong,
Yeah.
nor could a judge.
Exactly.
So isn't that
Exactly.
terrible?
You haven't said it. What? You're the one proving it's terrible. You haven't said it.
He did.
Why
I
is
just
it
said
wrong?
it's
I
terrible.
asked it earlier.
Because you just
Why?
said juries can, why is it
Why
wrong?
is it terrible?
So okay, so let me make sure I get the question right. Maybe I talked past it. I'm sorry. So if a jury can't consider mitigating evidence, a jury can't consider the testimony of the person who's been convicted. If a jury can't consider economic hardship, mental disability, the fact the kid has an IQ of 65, who was diagnosed with Asperger's when he was 4 years old, the jury can't consider any of that. That's better.
Yeah, this is
That's
God,
what
I don't want to give like a. I want to give another like
at the
7
same
Like,
time,
a jury
you're
should be
saying
able
all
to
of this.
consider.
I feel like I'm gonna be seen as an
Like, I'm
unhinged
saying the jury
judge.
can consider that. You also brought up a system earlier in which the jury
I'm
can consider it.
I'm
But
saying
at
they
the same
can't
time,
under
if we
mandatory minimum
acknowledge,
sentences.
well, no, you brought up a system in which we can adjust and add context. Like, if it's a sexual assault, but it's with a child, we can add to that. But at the same time, if we have a minimum sentence, we can reasonably say, okay, you did this crime, blanket statement, and cut dry. I'm more worried about, say, someone like Asperger's, and like minimum sentences are a concept. And also, hey, if they did this and they have a mental disorder, they should be in an asylum. We should have some form of conviction there. So we can't just we can't just have some person on parole in which we risk that they may do something without being like properly prosecuted on the whole situation. You
So the
haven't
net
proven to me
impact, the net
why.
impact would be then you'd rather that somebody who has Asperger's and needs mental help goes to jail for 5 years mandatory minimum
They rape
than a
someone?
judge or
If there was someone with Asperger's who raped someone, I hope that they're in asylum or some sort of watch or assistance. Yeah, that's not a hot take.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, like, since the jury can't consider that fact as to the nature of guilt, right? And guilt's been, I think we still have this problem. We're going back and forth between like the guilt phase of the trial, the liability phase of the trial, and the sentencing phase of the trial. The jury or the judge who's considering the guilt phase of the trial is only back, they're guilty. There's no appeal yet. We're done here. The only question is how long do they get? And you get to take into account aggravating factors, which are the statutory enhancements I was talking about, which are not mandatory minimums, right? I.e., it was a minor, their firearm was involved, it was an elderly, a disabled person, etc. And mitigating factors on the other side. If the person has a mental disorder, they have no prior criminal history, if they the situation around it, an expert testifies that the expert believes that the other person was being inaccurate in their testimony, and there's a body language expert, like all those things go to be factored for the sentencing, okay, at the actual sentencing hearing. The issue is that if there is mandatory minimum sentencing, all that could go whatever way it wants, and the jury could come back. The jury will return a sentence of probation or nothing because the jury thinks that the person who did it had mitigating factors enough. They don't deserve jail time. The judge's like, well, too bad, so sad, 5 years, have fun. Or even in the other 40 or other 39 states who don't have jury sentencing, the judge who understands the law, who understands the way that sentencing works, is bound by the fact that even if the judge thinks, we can get the kid some help, get mental treatment, there'd be a probationary way to get the kid well. Maybe it's not rape, maybe it's a substance abuse problem, whatever. There are better ways to go about helping this person. Too bad, so sad, 5 years, goodbye. There's no judicial discretion. And the whole thing about judicial discretion is the judges are put in our courts, and it doesn't happen all the time. There are some batshit judges. I agree. There's some batshit juries. But the point is, on sentencing, once you've been convicted, if there are mitigating factors or if there are aggravating factors, it's for the trier of fact, the judge or the jury in the sentencing hearing to figure that out. This removes that constitutionally mandated power from their hands.
Do you mind if I ask 2 questions? And,
Please,
you can
I'm
answer
sorry.
them after I ask. Yeah. Do you believe? Okay, first one. Do you believe that there are crimes in which previous convictions don't matter? And second off, do you believe that we can't have mental health institutions be a part of minimum sentences if the jury says, okay, well, this person is obviously found mentally insane, we need them in a mental institution. That can be part of minimum sentences. I don't see that as unreasonable. And if it's
So-
not written to
oh,
the
sorry.
laws, it can be written to the laws, right?
All right. So
I know it's bloated. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll go from the second to the first. Okay. Or I'll answer I'll answer in order. So if the crime, for example, in the first instance of crime, so they have a history, right, is not related in any way to the crime they committed, secondly, they're currently on trial for, and the enhancement would not apply. For example, if you got caught shoplifting when you were 16 or 18 or 21, whatever it is, whatever you like, and then ran a guy over and killed him while you're drunk, right? Your previous criminal conviction would not apply to your sentencing for the second crime. So they are already dislinked in a way, unless they're crimes of a similar nature. So the second one, which is, that's the whole thing, that I think, unfortunately, you're agreeing with me here, that would be a lovely system, except the statutory law under U.S. Code, I mean, 841 through U.S. Section 21, 841 through 851.
Hey, you're talking about abolishing, not reforming. Calm down. We're talking about abolishing, not reforming. I'm saying that this is a system that we can keep and still work on.
No, that's why I'm disagreeing with you. It can't. A mandatory minimum sentence under law right now requires that you serve X amount of years for X crime, regardless of any of the factors. And so I agree that mental health approaches to specific individuals, they found out in the pre-sentencing report and found out would be very susceptible and it's likely to be rehabilitated, would be great. The whole thing is that can never function, not on state grounds, not on federal grounds, without first the abolition of mandatory minimums. It's a great, I'm glad we both want to go, because federal law supersedes and state law already has it on the same codification.
Why can't we reform federal law? You're talking about the abolition of something.
Exactly, because the only way you can reform it is by abolishing mandatory minimum sentences and reinstituting a new framework.
Oh, okay. So if you abolish this form of it and you reinstitute the exact same thing with some reforms, that's reforming the system.
It's not the exact same thing because of the reform. It's not the exact same thing because of the reform.
Like if you say, okay, well, the law says, okay, so the law, let's pose a hypothetical law of like a made-up country where the mandatory minimum sentences for jaywalking is 5 years. And say you abolish that law and you reinstitute a law that says the mandatory minimum sentences for jaywalking is 5 years, except if you're mentally ill, then you go to an institution. That is reform. Just because you abolished the law doesn't mean you didn't keep a similar law. That is a form of minimum sentences.
But you've just advocated for a mandatory minimum sentence for 5 years for a jaywalker as something that was
reformed
from a 1 year. I mean, okay, but the same thing is the whole.
I don't think jaywalking should have a minimum sentence.
No, I don't. I never thought you said that. I was just kind of looking at you. Is the whole point being is that when you have a framework that says mandatory minimum, okay, there are these mitigating factors, right? And the court can't, they're already there. The things you're talking about are already there, but the court cannot consider them because of the bar of mandatory minimum sentences. People try to reform it, but you can't reform that bar. Mandatory minimum sentences, to order to have the kind of system you're talking about, I think we both want, you have to abolish it first and then reconstruct with the given exceptions in there.
Yeah, but if you reconstruct it and you're reinstituting a form of minimum sentences, which is an abolition, you still have it.
No, I reject that entirely.
Time's up, bitches.
Yeah, you know, and I was gonna let y'all keep going for a few more moments there, but
well, hell, we'll keep going for a few more moments. I'm just saying, like, I reject. I reject the framework. I reject the framework of mandatory minimum sentences for the exact reason you're articulating in the jailbox. It's not good enough to replace.
I was naked.
Here's the disconnect, I think, and I really appreciate your good faith, brother. I really do. Is that the whole considering anything? Amen. The whole considering anything other than the crime itself, whether there's a mental issue, a substance dependent, anything other than they were guilty, mandatory minimum, would require the abolition of mandatory minimums by its very nature. So I would love a more sensitive system that actually takes into account factors of the perpetrator's life, even after they found guilty. But the thing is, for that to happen, mandatory minimums have to be abolished first and some rehabilitative justice system put in place in their stead.
All right. Well, it sounds like Game Boy does not have an immediate response to that. So we're going to go ahead and go to our closing arguments. Yep, that's fine, and that's what I figured. You're gonna say it in the end part. So I'm now going to put 3 minutes on the clock for you first, Loodle. 3 minutes uninterrupted for your closing. Go ahead and bring it home for us, sir.
No, I just want to say much respect and love to Game Boy. He's a good buddy of mine. I'm happy I got to debate him tonight. It was totally good faith. I really do appreciate it. That one time I caught him in the trap. That was funny though. But know thy enemy, as Sun Tzu says. So I just want to say basically the way it breaks down is the way I broke it down at the beginning. There are 3 different kinds of sentences. There is the mandatory minimum, which I have the problem with. There's the enhancement based upon aggravating factors. If it was a minor, if a gun was used in the commission, if someone was killed in the commission, right? Or third of all, if you have a prior criminal history of a similar nature. So I'm willing to talk about the second 2, as I've said before, not the first, because the problem is if we want a rehabilitative, restorative justice system, especially for people who are minors, people who have life factors that would contribute to their total nexus of facts around why the crime was committed or the factual scenario around why the crime was committed, and we all would be like, hey, people are different, and people need to have individual consideration to have proper justice achieved before a judge or a jury. And the thing is, those things are thrown out the door in a mandatory minimum sentence system. In order to get to one where we can consider, we being the judge or the jury, anything outside of, was the crime this crime? Oh, it was, mandatory minimum. Doesn't matter any mitigating factors, doesn't matter any expert testimony, doesn't matter any mental state of the individual who was convicted of the crime, right? We can't do that. So I like his solution. I like his idea, but it requires the abolition of mandatory minimum sentences first. And the whole reason is, again, to try to drive it home. I was trying to do this earlier. I'm sorry if I didn't do such a great job. There is the sentencing phase of a trial. The jury of your peers or the judge, if you chose a bench trial, has found you guilty. Or my initial argument, which no offense you didn't address, but I'll bring it up again now, is plea deals. 95% of all criminal cases are handled by plea deals statewide. In the federal system, it waffles between 98 and 99%. Those people don't even get a jury of their peers to determine their guilt. So 95% of people who are convicted with a crime in America, 95% plus, go from their plea deal to sentencing, and the judge sentences them at a plea deal. And the judge, if you've committed a certain kind of crime, even your first offense, has no ability to give you leniency, no ability to look at your mental condition, no ability to look at any other testimony, no ability to look at any conflicting testimony because you pled guilty and it's over. And so mandatory minimum sentencing puts more people in jail who've taken plea deals because they don't have the financial resource, the financial wherewithal, a good lawyer team, or they want to just get out of whatever the hell they've been incarcerated for who knows how long till the trial happened because they took a plea deal. And so guilt phase is one thing, sentencing phase is another. Mandatory minimum sentencing only affects the sentencing stage. It should be abolished to allow judges and or juries to consider the surrounding evidence and give a proper verdict based upon the totality of the circumstances and give Americans their due process rights back. Thank you all.
All right. Game Boy, 3 minutes on the clock for you. Closing statements. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yo, I'm tripping because we started out the debate where he was like, I'm not sure if this applies globally, but I'm like, that's how he started out. This was starting out where he was like, I'm accepting that this is on a global scale. We should get rid of minimum sentences. And then the moment I say, okay, well, we can include in minimum sentences caveats. God forbid. God forbid. Look at the American stand. What do you mean? We have to abolish the system and replenish the system. And I acknowledge plea deals are an option. I think they're a good option. I don't think everything should go to mandatory minimum sentences. But if I'm not mistaken, they're not incompatible. You're opposing an alternative because it's so widely used. If it's so widely used, then why are we having this issue? I think if we're going to talk about things that weren't addressed at the beginning, I brought up a case of sexual assault in which the person was given probation. The vast majority of people agree that sexual assault's a big no-no regardless of cases. And you brought up a situation in which it's kind of debatable what sexual assault is, but let's be fair. Given your standard of sexual assault, the vast majority of other cases in which you brought up, there's hardly any context to consider. I'm not saying wood chipper, minimum sentence, death. But at the same time, we can acknowledge, okay, we put them in for a year. We get like some mental institutions available so that they no longer have access to, you know, women, men, whatever they're into.
Pause.
I don't judge.
Pause.
Actually, rapist, maybe. I don't know. I feel like there was a lot being brought up, and I've learned a lot. I've grown as a person. But I still haven't at the same time really kind of grasped why it's important for judges or juries to have that access. If in cases where, like you brought up, what if they're mentally ill? Bring up their past history, bring up this, bring up that. In cases of sexual assault, I don't see it being relevant. If they have a past in sexual assault, shit, lock them up more. If they don't have a past in sexual assault, they still touch someone, the fuck? And then if they touched a kid, you already agree, we should throw them in for more. I don't see the context there. I don't see how it was like reasonably told to me, like, okay, in this crime, and I'm using sexual assault because it's the most blunt and obvious one, where I can't think of any caveats.
You're fine.
It's like, I don't see any way you can work around it where it's like, unless it's debatably sexual assault, there is no context I'm missing. Also, listen to that new Ken Carson album. That shit was fire.
I
All
appreciate
right.
that recommendation.
All right, so there you go. You guys have it. Not only do you get his closing arguments, you also get his closing endorsements. So, chatters, I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Again, you guys know if you have any questions that you want to throw in, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar, write the question, tell me who it's to. We will get that question posed to the debaters. But before we do that and before we start voting, I'm going to go to the judges first. So, who went first last time? I think it was Conflujudge. So, Doomer, we're back to you. Doomer, are you ready with a question for Loodle?
Dude, I got lots of questions.
Oh, I got so goddamn many questions myself. So, all right,
I'll save them for the after party.
Yep, exactly. But let me hear your question.
Fumble my way through this one.
All right.
Wait, Connor lost? Hold on. Sorry.
In breaking news.
Yeah. So if I heard it right, your contention is that mitigating circumstances can exist, and then the judge and jury can't really consider those facts of a case because they're bound by the mandatory minimum. Is that right?
That is current U.S. law. Yes.
Okay.
Right now.
Then why would you rather abolish that completely rather than just narrow it? Like, for example, in that example you brought up between two kids, I believe that would be heard in a juvenile court rather than just go straight to an adult trial, right?
By a judge and not a jury. I think we covered that, but yes, sir, that's correct.
No, I'm saying that like right off the bat, that wouldn't go straight to an adult trial. That would be heard in like a juvenile court at first.
Yeah, by a single judge who would then have to do sentencing after the person was convicted and would be bound by mandatory minimum sentencing, even though it was a juvenile. Yes.
Is the juvenile court bound by mandatory minimums? I wasn't aware that they were in most states.
I mean, it depends on the crime. For sexual assault, yes. Drugs, less so.
Okay, so still, that if they were able to move it to like another jurisdiction that didn't have the same codified mandatory minimums, would like that kind of framework be acceptable, or like what would like the framework be that you would rather implement there?
That mandatory minimums go away, and judges are able to do they be abolished rather, not just go away. That judges and juries are able to do their constitutionally empowered job of both in one phase of the trial, again determining guilt, in a secondary phase of the trial, then determining what sentence is proper given the fact they were convicted of a crime, which is the way it was designed, and that's been. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying no.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that was a good answer. All right, Confluence. A question for Loodle, please.
Okay. I have a question about one of the first things you said. It just kind of stopped with. I have a question about one of the first things you said. The trichotomy you mentioned. I want to know if you think this is a substantial difference. I want to know if you think this is a legal difference. So you're talking about like mandatory minimum sentences, and that's like the first. So you're talking about like mandatory minimum sentences, and that's the other two are like mandatory enhancements of the trichotomy. Are you just saying that's mandatory on legal lines? Because like to me, just saying that doesn't distinction really know the law in the way you know. To me, is this just a
I think
legal thing
it's
or
law
in the way you know? Broader, is this just
Game
a
Boy
legal
did
thing,
concede
or
to
is
this,
this
and he
like
allowed you to do
broader,
this,
because and maybe that's
Game Boy
valid.
did
I guess I want
concede
to
to
hear
this,
from
and he
you.
allowed you to
Is it
do
just a
this,
legal
and
thing,
I-
and maybe
why
that's
would that
valid. But I
not
guess I want to
be-
hear from
if there's a
you.
mandatory
Is it just a
enhancement
legal
have, like,
thing?
a
Because why would that
firearm
not be
present,
if
or
there's
I
a
think the other
mandatory
example was if it
enhancement
happened on
have,
like a
firearm
schoolyard or
present,
something, right?
or I
Like,
think the other
that's
example
still a
was if it happened on, like,
mandatory
a
minimum
schoolyard or
sentence
something, right? Like,
enhancement.
why
That's
does that
still a
not
mandatory
prompt, I
minimum
guess?
sentence enhancement. Why does that not fit within the prompt? I guess is my question.
Okay, but yeah, because in the way it goes is so that somebody's convicted of the underlying crime, right? When they're convicted of the underlying crime, if that crime doesn't have a mandatory minimum sentence attached to it, right? At that point in time, the crime can have enhancements that go to it. So be found guilty of that, and they can sentence them to 6 months on the fact it was like a first offense drug possession, right? And the fact it happened because they were caught at school on a playground will add extra time to that. And I just don't think that the topic was encompassing enhancements because there's so much involved there, especially when we get to, as Game Boy is bringing up, like second, third, fourth, fifth, 26th offenses, which are past activity enhancements, right? But the thing is, the underlying crime's mandatory minimum, right, is what I thought the topic was arguing, and how I argued it should be argued. So the fact that there can be, if you did it in a certain way, with a person of a certain age or whatever, right, that's a little bit different, and it's not what the topic was I thought was about. Because we can say that somebody who's like stabbed 47 people, and God knows why they're out there, right, might get a sterner look by the judge, and might maybe necessarily get a sterner look from the judge on the 28th stabbing, as opposed to somebody who first offense or marijuana possession over 5 grams,
If I can
5 years.
add up maybe a
That's
brief
the
thing.
distinction I was thinking.
So okay, if
So
I
I
can
guess so,
add
like,
up maybe
yeah,
a brief,
go ahead.
still
Yeah,
maybe
no, go ahead.
maybe not understanding.
So I guess so. Like
Let's say you do
maybe
a
not
robbery.
understanding. If
Let's say you
rob
somebody, right? That
robbery.
that could
Let's say
carry
you
a mandatory
rob
minimum sentence. And
somebody,
then you
right?
do
That-
that with a
that
firearm.
that could carry
That's
a
a
mandatory
mandatory.
minimum sentence.
And then you do that with a
Sentence
firearm.
enhancement. I guess
That's a
why are we drawing
mandatory
a distinction there?
sentence
I guess.
enhancement.
Like,
I guess
why are we
you?
drawing a distinction there? I guess like
So we
why
didn't
are
get into
you-
that. We didn't get into this, but robbery doesn't have a mandatory minimum either federally
yeah, I guess
or on
I'm just
state
bringing
side.
up.
Only
I'm
certain
just trying
crimes
to
do.
hypothetical.
And so that's really the
Yeah, I guess I'm
problem.
just bringing up.
You know what I
I'm
mean,
just trying
right?
to something like
hypothetical.
what is the
I don't
distinction
know
between
what
you've done the
mandatory, but
crime?
you know what I
okay,
mean,
you
right?
have
If
that
something like
mandatory,
what is
and
the
now there's
distinction
some
between you've done the
enhancement,
crime,
there's a
okay, you
firearm
have that
charge, or
mandatory,
even
and now
certain
there's some
location.
enhancement.
Like why are you
firearm
why
charge, or
why
doing
do you
certain
feel the need to
location.
make a
Like,
trichotomy?
why are you why do you feel the
legal
need to make a
distinction or, like,
trichotomy? I guess between these things, is it just a
Well, because
legal distinction,
the
or, like,
first, well, it is a legal distinction. So it's the American law basis, which I was coming from. But also, I just think too, if you were, I mean, I think that people in general would agree, and maybe not, that a sexual assault committed at the point of a gun or with threat of death might deserve a little bit more time than a he said, she said about intoxication at any one point in time that also is determined by the
okay,
court to be a sexual assault.
final point. Then are you? Would you be final point? I guess.
final point.
No worries.
Are you? Would you be okay? I guess you're admitting there's a distinction between the example you just laid out. You're admitting there is a distinction with that. Is your problem just the base mandatory? Would you be okay with that, or is your problem just the base mandatory sentences?
I wasn't asked to debate that. I was asked to debate the prompt, which is mandatory minimums. So I didn't try to go over that. I have problems with some of them and not with some others. But at the point in time, mandatory minimum sentencing has like 16 offenses under U.S. code and state code that are mandatory minimums, right? Enhancements, there's like 300 different ways you can be charged with enhancement. I thought it was too much for the debate to get into all that. But I say some yes, some no on enhancements based upon situations, based upon past convictions. But mandatory minimums, even for a first offense, or where I draw the line.
All right.
Sure, thank you.
And yeah, don't forget, Confluence. We do get into the after party where we all get to like go through all the questions. But for what it's worth, like Doomer said, I have a fucking shit ton of questions myself, and I was already going to be stingy and put 2 of them myself. So I don't mind letting you have a couple extra. So Loodle, you're up first. I got my first question for you. In your framing, if we were to get rid of mandatory minimum sentences, what new system would you implement in order to safeguard against judge biases? So in other words, let's say we had a judge who happened to themselves be a sexual predator and who has a constant history of going extra soft on people who were convicted of sexual assault. What system could we put in place if we get rid of minimum sentencing to make sure that a judge isn't just hand waving away completely legitimate cases of sexual assault?
So that's a good question. So I think the best system I think has ever been invented is the adversarial justice system we have here in America, which is that evidence has to be presented beyond a reasonable doubt at the guilt phase. Okay. And so the fact is that at the point in time where somebody doesn't take a plea deal, right? Because 95% of crimes are pled to, which is another big problem. But as soon as it's acted, all the facts are, because if you're in a plea trial, if you take a plea agreement, right, you get no ability to not testify against yourself. Your Fifth Amendment right is waived. Your Fourth and Second Amendment rights are waived. If you're on trial, you don't get your gun rights. You don't have the ability to have due process. You have to actually testify against yourself at the plea hearing. So you waive all of that, right? So I think trying to restrain the ability of prosecutors to leverage pleas against would-be defendants who can't financially respond by hiring a big old team of lawyers to defend themselves and make it more juice than the squeeze is worth on the prosecutor's side will be the best way to uphold constitutional rights of Americans, at least, or maybe people worldwide, though we're one of the only places that gets jury trials anyway, and make sure the jury hears all the evidence. And at that point in time, once the jury hears all the evidence, I think the conviction rate will go far down than the 95% we have for plea deals right now. It'll have less hands in the judge's job to actually mete out sentences. Now, a way to restrict that too is if a judge were to create what's called clear judicial error, i.e. all right. So there are federal and state guidelines. Your first offense, your criminal history, what kind of crime was committed. So there are guidelines the judge has to stay within. Mandatory minimum sentences removes the guidelines entirely and says 5 or up, burn in hell. And so the judge can actually hear the merits of the case, but it's still stuck within a guideline. A judge can't just say, oh, you raped and murdered 3 kids, probation for a day, have fun. Because there are guidelines that exist outside of the mandatory minimum structure. They just never get usually activated because of the fact that mandatory minimums usually kick in first.
Okay, it sounds like you just described a different name for mandatory minimums, but okay, we'll circle back to that in the after party. My other question for you, real quick, and you know, again, like I said, I have a whole list of them, but since you wanted to bring that part up again, how is it that isn't the guilt phase a buffer against misuse of the sentencing phase? You argued, and Game Boy sort of tried to put this out there, that that a person just wouldn't be prosecuted or found guilty of a crime if there were mitigating circumstances, things such as they were under the influence, or there was the person was mentally ill or something like that. Those circumstances would often change the outcome of the the guilt phase. Yeah, the guilt phase, which would thereby mitigate the sentencing phase. Go ahead.
So there's 2 problems with that, and I wish it wasn't this way, but it is this way, is that the 95% of cases on state level, 98 on federal level, there's no trial.
Go to plea.
There's only a plea deal. So there's no chance for them to even have their due process. The other issue is that people's mental conditions, all these enhancements or mitigating factors are barred from admission at the guilt phase because they're not relevant. They're only relevant in sentencing under federal and state law. So all that good information that Game Boy was wanting to bring out, and maybe that would lead to a not guilty conviction, is barred by Rule 401 and 402 of evidence. They're not admissible at trial at all until you're at sentencing. That's the problem in the system. And you're in a system where that's not admitted at trial. There's no possibility to get a not guilty verdict because of those. You have to address mandatory minimum sentencing because there's no other safety hatch.
All right, cheers. And since I'm not going to ask a third fucking question, I'm just going to phrase this as something I don't usually do, which is to tell you my personal opinion. It seems to me like if a prosecutor gets a person to agree to a plea deal that is not legally allowed based on the minimums, that prosecutor should actually face consequences for misleading this person into thinking they could agree to a plea deal that they weren't legally allowed to agree to, because of those mandatories that would prevent the judge from allowing it.
That would be nice, but in all
it should be the case.
And federal court as well, right? The last thing you initial off on, in order to meet the agreement, is you understand that the sentence the prosecutor proposed is only a recommendation, and the ultimate determination of sentencing is the judge or the jury, given the state you're in.
then it sounds like the police system needs to be fixed, not the minimum
how
sentencing.
do you
But that's
think I
just my
did?
opinion. But okay,
I say
so,
both, but
yep.
yes.
Doomer, I'm going to you now for a
ass.
question for Game Boy, sir.
Oh, one second. Let me pull up my questions again.
Yep, no worries.
Shit.
You thought
was
you
enthralled
were
in
off
that
the clock?
conversation there.
You know, while you're doing that, Confluence, do you have a question
My
ready
bad.
for Game Boy?
I do, in fact. I just had to figure out how to unmute myself.
Oh,
So
Jack,
Game Boy.
you
In
guys
fact, I just had to
guys can hear me?
figure out how to unmute myself. So Game Boy. Okay, make sure I had it right.
guys can hear
Okay.
me? Yes?
Yep.
So one thing stuck out to
Yeah,
me, I
I had it
guess,
right.
and I
Okay.
just again,
So,
I don't know if I'm asking
one
the
thing
best
stuck out to
question,
me, I guess, and
I'm
I
asking
just-
the questions
again,
stick
I don't
out
know
in
if
my
I'm asking
mind. The
okay.
best questions, but the
Asking
example that
questions
Ludo
stick
stick out in my mind.
The example that
okay,
Ludo
What we're
brought
here
up,
for. That's all I
the
ask.
example
Alright.
that Ludo pretty early on. The example that Ludo brought up.
I think he said like a
54-year-old man
pretty
having
early
sex
on,
with a 16-year-old.
I think he said like
should
a
be
54-year-old
judged
man having
differently
sex
than
with
some
16-year-old
17
that should be
or
judged
or
differently
19
than
than
some
some like 17
Romeo and Juliet laws
or
or whatever, right?
or
That
19
those
if
should be
there's no
judged differently.
Romeo
I
and
guess
Juliet
I'm
laws
curious
or whatever, right?
if
That
those
I guess
should be
two
judged
questions.
differently. I guess
First of
I'm
all, do you
curious
think that that
if-
is
I
a
guess two
compelling
questions.
reason in that
First of all, do you
example
think
to
that that
not
is a
have
compelling
mandatory
reason in
because
that
there is
example
nuance to the
to
case that you should
not have mandatory
actually
minimums?
have a
Because
judge
there is nuance to the case
take
that
the
you
facts
should
of the case and
actually
make a
have a
judgment.
judge.
And I guess
Take the facts
is
of
there
the case
do you
and
have
make a
maybe
judgment.
some examples
And I
off
guess
your
off
is
the
there
dome,
do you
I know
have
said,
maybe some
drugs was
examples off
something
your
you thought maybe was
off the
something
dome?
untoward.
I know you said drugs was something that you thought maybe was something
there,
untoward, but is there other examples that you would have where you would agree that
there, but is
mandatory
there
minimum
other
sentences are not good? Examples that you would have where you would agree that mandatory minimum sentences are not good.
Low key, well, in the case that you brought up where it's like, well, if there's not Romeo and Juliet laws, like we have Romeo and Juliet laws, so I'm not like really pressed about it. Like in most cases where like there's this nuanced take where it's like, are we really gonna convict them for the same shit? It's like, bro, should they even be convicted for that in the first place? Like some of the, like he brought up sexual assault, wanting it, unwanted touching in a non-consensual spot. They wanted it, but they couldn't consent, so it's kind of like a gray area. Shit, this is not enough time for like 1 minute. And in
Standard.
cases like what he brought up, like theft, you don't have minimum sentences for theft. I don't think we should. Drugs, I don't think we should have minimum sentences for drugs. There's nuance there. I think in cases like first-degree murder or sexual assault, these are things that we usually find unexcusable. And yeah, we can say, okay, well, you have previous experience or you have a mental issue. Well, we should take that into consideration, but I don't see how that can't be a mitigation or something that can be taken care of. Like minimum sentences is you either get 5 years or mental institutions if you're deemed mentally like, like Vigi.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
All right.
I don't know if that answers your
Wait,
question.
Midget
I
needs
think
to be
I
in a
agree.
mental
Yeah,
institution?
no.
Did I hear that right?
Doomer, that is exactly
I
what
think
he
I
said.
agree. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Doomer, are you ready with the question for Game Boy?
Yeah, Confluence took mine, but I'll use my number 2. How do you address concerns that mandatory minimums would disproportionately affect certain communities?
Are we like shit? I'm not gonna be. I'm a white guy, but at the same time, like let's not act like this isn't an America problem or like a broader issue in courts, rather than something minimum sentences directly led to. Like if you have issues where like people use laws to do bad things, you're blaming the laws and not the people. I think the people in power have used other laws, and Razor can give you a whole monologue about other ways. Like they were just talking about Reagan and what he was doing. I don't think minimum sentences are inherently something that disproportionately affects certain people, but the laws in which minimum sentences apply to and the way that those specific laws are treated disproportionately affects people. Like minimum sentences are a way in which we convict certain laws if those laws are made to hurt certain people. It's not the minimum sentences, it's those laws. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah.
I'd also argue like I'm big fan of like totally upending the system on minimum sentences. That's why I'm like I would agree with Ludo on most of what he says on that part.
All right. My turn. So I'm going to actually go against something that Ludo said because perhaps I misunderstood what he said and I was going to ask for clarification, but I'd rather just take him at what he said and run with it. So Loodle was talking about the fact that the previous previous instances or historical convictions are only enhancements if they are directly related to the crime involved, right? So in other words, a jaywalking ticket is not going to impact your murder charge 10 years down the road. However, I would also like to say that, or I'd like to ask, and this is the actual meat of the question. My understanding is that the most egregious example of mandatory minimum sentences is, oh, what did I do? Did I do that the whole time? I did. That's the prompt here. Sorry, everybody. Fucking amateur, I tell you. So the worst example of mandatory sentencing is the 3 strikes you're out rule, right? Which is to say that if you got, let's say you got 2 crimes, one's for robbery, one's for drunk driving, and then the third time you get popped for carrying weed, you are going to get I believe there were cases where it was like minimum life sentences for your third crime. And a lot of states have fixed this, but do you agree with things like that, Game Boy? Like, do you support minimum sentencing in 3 strikes you're out circumstances as well?
I mean, we've seen the failure of a system like that. I'm not going to be all peachy about it. And I do think that that law was mainly inputted in places like drug-related crimes, which, let's be real, 25 years for weed is pretty brutal. And I'm willing to say, okay, well, this form of minimum sentences is wrong. And I think everyone here is willing to admit that. I think it's a radical change to say, okay, because these 3 strike rules is wrong, cases in which you have sexual assault, we can also say, okay, minimum 3 years, minimum 5 years, because of course that is a separate instance where it's like, we're not punishing repeated offenders. I said before in my debate, I don't really think that repeated offenses have any stake on my opinion on, say, murder or sexual assault. I'm mainly talking about if the crime is done, you should have something happen to you within this framework. And I'm not going to give you a perfect answer. I'm saying this because I'm the person who would be put in juries who would be sentencing you this, and I can't give you the right answers on that. So I believe it should be a framework that we should build upon.
All right, cheers. All right, so we do have one quick question from Vigi, in fact, who has been invoked multiple times during this particular debate, both positively and negatively. So I believe this question is going to go to you, Loodle. If mental health isn't relevant in the guilt phase, then why do we have the insanity plea? I'm going to ask that again. If mental health isn't relevant to the guilt phase, then why would we have the insanity plea? It's
a very good question. The reason is because the mental health of the individual goes against the mens rea, the mental state of the crime. If you are disabled enough that you do not capable of forming the mental state of the crime, right, you can't actually have intention because you're so mentally disabled. And there's been IQ tests, different evaluations. The Supreme Court decided a case this past summer that said that we can't just average 3, we'll take the lowest one, right? If they found you're not competent to stand trial, that's when that attaches, right? But it's not going against mitigating circumstances about how the crime was committed. It's going, you are not intelligent enough to understand the consequences of your actions. Therefore, you lack the mens rea, which is one of 2 elements of any crime: the mens rea, the mental state, and the actus reus, the act was committed. So under constitutional law, the insanity plea defeats the mens reus. And that's how that's a different thing. But it doesn't matter what your mental health condition is. Nobody even looks at that. It's like whether or not you had the relative intent to form the crime. That's what that means. That's why the insanity plea works. And why many states have actually already gotten rid of it.
All right. There you go. Got an answer. All right, everybody. We are done with our third and final debate. We went a little late tonight. Sorry, we had some hiccups, technical and stuff like that, but that's okay. We're still going to get into the after party. We're still going to make sure that we do this all right. But before we do that, we get to vote. I'm going to drop the link in the chat one more time for everybody. This is for the third and final debate of the night. Do you believe that the best case was made by Loodle Miss on the affirmative or Game Boy on the negative? Before we
about
get to
Jared?
y'all's votes, though, and I'm going to send you that link as well, Confluence. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm also going to go ahead and drop that into my own Twitch and YouTube for all of you cats and kittens watching on those two, Kick and YouTube. Boom, and
I'm so locked the fuck in.
boom. All right. Now, judges, this was another tough one. I hope you guys are ready. I don't remember who I went first last time. It was Doomer went first last time. Confluence, you are up
Me?
first. Are you
Yes.
ready to render judgment, sir?
I am ready. Okay.
Who,
I will
me?
Render,
You.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
No,
okay.
the other Confluence in
So
the room.
render. First of all, I would say I
Okay,
thoroughly enjoyed this. So
love
first of all, I would say I
thoroughly
think there is a
enjoyed this.
victor. Of
I
course,
love
I'm going to edge all.
And
of you. I think there is a victor, of course, and I'm going to edge all of you. Going, yeah, the edgelord, if you will, and you must.
The Edge Lord.
Tension going, yeah. The
the
edgelord,
openings,
if you will,
I
and you
thought
must,
Noodles
okay?
opening.
So,
I thought it was obviously it was
the
very,
openings. I thought
very
Noodles
factual.
opening. I thought it
The
was
trichotomy is
obviously
something I kind of
very,
was questioning
very
him on.
factual.
I think his
The
answer
trichotomy is
is
something I kind of was
fair,
questioning
but
him
I
on. I think his answer is
but not
fair,
under
though
US
I
law because I don't know enough
have to
about that.
disagree on it, but
spirit
not
of it, I
under
just-
U.S.
that-
law because I don't know
but
enough
at the
about
same time,
that.
Game
But
Boy
on the
didn't really
spirit
push
of it,
back
I
on
disagree
it,
with
so
that. But
that's fine.
But
And it
at the
was-
same
it was
time,
a
Game
good
Boy
opening.
didn't really push back on it. So
Game
that's
Boy's
fine,
opening,
and it
he
was-
brought
so
up
it was
the
a good
PDF
opening stuff, which I thought was
Game
a
Boy's
very fair
opening, he
point.
brought up the PDF
stuff, which I thought was a very
and
fair
because,
point.
yeah, if someone commits a heinous enough crime, which I think
And
is,
because
I
yeah,
got from this,
if someone
should
commits
probably
a
be
heinous
mandatory
of
minimum
crime,
sentence,
which
and
I
it
think
was
is
strong,
what I got
a
from
strong
this, there
point.
should probably be a
There
mandatory
has to be a minimum.
sentence,
I
think,
strong,
for-
a
not what I
strong
think,
point.
what Game Boy was
There
saying, and
has
also
to be a
what I think.
minimum. I
Let's
think for
say that
well,
maybe.
not what I think, but
But yeah,
Game
in
Boy was
certain
saying, and also
severe
what I think. I
cases,
guess,
yeah,
but
they're
say
obviously.
that maybe.
But yeah, in certain severe cases, yeah, they're obviously
in the open talk, I guess.
in the
the
open
main
talk,
thing I guess I
of-
picked up on, the main thing that stood out to me was
the main thing I
was,
guess I picked up
Game
on.
Boy
The main thing that stood out to me
questioning
was
about
Game Boy.
the jury can
questioning
decide, or
about-
do we just like why not just
about
hinge on
if the
it's a
jury
crime
can
or not?
decide, or do we just
Ludo
like why
countering
not
with
just hinge on
jury
if it's a
can only
crime
decide
or
so
not?
much.
And I
Jury
think Ludo
decide
countering with
what
the
what
jury can
if
only
it's a
decide so
crime,
much. The jury
I guess,
decides
is-
like
that's a-
what
that's-
what if it's a
fair
crime,
thing, and then
which I
but then
guess
the
is-
judge is who's
that's
giving
that's
the sentences.
that's a
So
fair
if it's
thing.
mandatory
And then
minimum
but then
sentence,
the
that's
judge is
gonna
who's
be-
giving
that's
the
what's
sentences.
going
So
to be
if it's a mandatory minimum
on.
sentence, that's it's what's going to be.
And
that's what's going to be.
I
actioned
think
upon.
the other thing that really stood out to me
and-
was the plea deal.
Yeah, I
thing,
think
which wasn't really
the other
addressed,
thing that really stood out to
as
me was the
Ludo
plea
pointed
deal
out,
thing,
you know,
which
a lot of
wasn't really
cases are
addressed.
decided by plea
Because
deals,
as Ludo pointed
and-
out, you know, a
right,
lot of cases
plea deals are of
decided
course
by plea
based on
deals,
what the mandatory
and
minimum is.
right, plea
So
deals
I-
are
I
of course based
really
on what
wanted,
the
and maybe I
mandatory
should have used
minimum
my
is.
question to Game Boy
So
on that
I
one. in
really
hindsight.
wanted, and maybe I should have used my
Wanted-
question to Game Boy on
because,
that
yeah,
one
that
in
obviously
hindsight, but in 2020,
impacts, a lot.
because yeah, that obviously
decided that way, so I would want to know that
a lot
um,
in most cases.
and yeah, I
decided
guess
that
that's,
way, so
that's kind
I
of
would
the
know that.
kind of all
And
of
yeah,
it.
I guess that's
so I would
kind of
guess
the-
I would
the-
not would guess I would
kind of all of
decide
it. I would. So I would guess. I would. I would.
7-3.
I would guess. I would decide this as 7-3 to Ludo. Yep.
7-3 for Loodle, you said. All right. So Confluence votes 7-3 for the affirmative. Doomer, you're up, sir. Let's hear your judgment. Where'd you come down on this?
Yeah, I'll be a little bit quicker than Confluence. I'm taking notes on my phone today, and it died about 5 minutes ago,
Oh,
so I'll do this a little off cuff. Both the openings were really strong. I wasn't expecting Game Boy to be as strong, but kind of knowing his history and being a general debate MVP, I think I
The
underestimated him
fuck?
a little bit there.
You did good, Game Boy.
But I think Loodle overall kind of edged out, especially in the openings.
there should be.
and
I'm not
crossed
deciding
better
on the prompt.
because
I'm
he
deciding on who's
more accurately
better job
defined
debating.
everything, especially with kind
I
of
disagreed with
separating
Mel as
out
well,
what
but I-
mandatory minimums are from what other people kind of view it as. I'm kind of in line more with him on what mandatory minimums are. So I was
The things
thinking,
I
I wasn't
voted
even
on, I
thinking of
actually
those other
completely
things
disagree
when
with.
I was, thinking of the
I feel
prompt
like I'm supposed to be
beforehand.
judging and debating.
But I just think overall information wise, he was a bit more concise with definitions, why everything kind of met his reasoning, and all that. So yeah, I agreed completely with Confluence on
Based,
score
red
here.
Based.
And yeah, I think just
Based.
fucking overall kudos to Loodle.
Okay.
Yeah, but the audience knows what we're talking about. The juries are legitimate.
All right, so that's
Yeah.
7-3 from
So
both.
I guess it's a
Hold on,
minute- I
gentlemen.
guess it's
Hold
a
on,
minute.
gentlemen. Hold on,
I'm
gentlemen.
sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
You'll get your chance. All right, so both of the judges have once again agreed. We have got a 7-3 from both of them. So again, just like last time, the jury's vote is just for show. But I do still want you guys to get that locked in because we want to see where you guys landed on it.
Locked in.
So please, it
That
costs you
link.
nothing. Click that link in the chat. Tell us who you think made the most compelling argument, even though we already know that the practicing attorney won the debate. But beyond that, before you go off, I do want to acknowledge, Game Boy, that what Doomer was saying is a valid point. I've said this countless times. When Game Boy there are two Game Boys who show up. There's the meme Game Boy and the debater Game Boy. We never know which one we're going to get, so it's like a box of chocolates. But tonight the debater Game Boy brought it, and it was fucking awesome to see. Even if you didn't win, you still brought it hard tonight, so we appreciate that. So
we got AIM Plus Game Boy today.
that's right. So let's see where the chat landed, though. I'm going to give you
I
guys.
was debating against someone who this is his law.
Yeah,
like,
this is literally his job.
His
So,
job, bro. I'm
yep.
fried.
Yeah, no. Again, like I said,
I offered to help you beforehand, brother. I offered to help you beforehand.
Your opponent
not
was going to
fun.
help you prep. That's fucking hysterical. That's classic. All right,
I was
so
going to do it in good faith, for real.
oh, of course.
Good
All
argued
right.
authority.
Yeah, right. All right, so lock it in, everybody, and let's see where everybody landed. 3, 2, 1. Mandatory minimum sentences should be abolished. 7, 6. Okay, so that looks. Oh, that's real close.
Sweep.
The chat
Sweet.
is actually giving it to Game Boy, everybody. 6-4 to Game Boy from the chat. So at least it was a split decision. Yeah. Wait, nope, that's
Well, I don't wanna
4-6.
call
I'm
it
sorry.
split, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's split
Oh.
decision.
That was
2
nice.
2 to 1, 1 to the other. So, all right.
How you work, buddy? Much love, Game Boy.
Great job to both of the debaters.
love.
Yep. Great job to both
God
y'all.
bless.
And in fact, you know what? We're going to go ahead and go to the panel real quick. Great job to all of the debaters tonight, and especially a great job to my judges. Thank you both. I'm so fucking stoked. Doomer is a staple here, so he knows how much I adore him. But Confluence, I got to tell you, man, and I'm so glad we got you in here judging, because the energy you brought tonight, you did great, and so I hope that you keep judging with us and you keep coming back.
That.
Yeah, no, you were recommended and requested by multiple members of the community, so again, you did not disappoint. Now, I'm going to go ahead and remind everybody that we are going to go into the after party right now. But for those of you who are watching the VOD, you can only see the after party if you are here live or if you are a subscriber on Twitch. And even then, you can only see it for like 2 weeks. So be here live every week, every Friday and Saturday night. Friday night, we start at 7 p.m. Saturday night, we start at 6 p.m. That is Pacific Standard Time, the only time that actually fucking matters. I want to thank you again to all of tonight's debaters. And above all, thank you to the viewers. We wouldn't be here without you guys. The DMZ happens live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick every Friday and Saturday night. So please make sure and follow, like, subscribe, do all of the things so that you will get notifications every time we go live. I'm picking up my own voice coming back at me. If somebody can mute that, that'd be dope. And if you haven't already, please join the free Discord server where we have, okay, I'm deafening all of you. Please join the free Discord server where we take the conversation after the lights go off and the cameras go away, because that is where you can tell me if you are interested in participating in these debates. Once more, I am the Horseradish, and we hope to see you guys for the next round here in the DMZ. And that's it. That's where the VOD ends. And I'm going to drop that link. Who the fuck is it that keeps Loodle? Bro. Loodle, you disappeared. All right, I'm muting you again, dude. When I see your face, that's when I will unmute you. All right. So I don't know about you guys. We're gonna go through all three of the prompts. If anybody needs a quick break to go to the bathroom or whatever, I'm gonna bring Melanie back in here. Oh, Melanie went away. Melanie, come back to us. You were there for a second. Oh, somebody already brought her up. Appreciate you. All right, cool. So Doomer is our mod right now. Doomer, you are going to take control if you need to, unless you have to walk away as well. I'm going to walk away, go take a piss, grab some whiskey. I will be right back, and that's when the actual clock will start. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes, but let's not get into the prompts just yet. Just pat each other on the back or fucking do something like that.
I want to start
by
just saying I do have to go. So I want to start by just saying I do have to go. Horseradish, who maybe can't hear it at this very moment. Horseradish, who maybe can't hear it at this very moment.
No, I hear you. you break my heart, but go on.
20
I'm hearing.
minutes. I'm gonna. I do have to go in 20 minutes. So I'm gonna briefly just heart out. Unfortunately, on my I gotta wake up early tomorrow. Heart out. So thank you, Horse. I really appreciate it. Wake up early and tomorrow. All debaters did an incredible job. I really appreciate the opportunity, and all debaters did an incredible job, etc., etc.
We appreciate you. Don't forget to kill your video feed so we don't have to. We don't watch you, picking your nose or whatever else you're doing.
I was about to do a bunch of
I got you. I got you, King.
I was about to do a bunch of untoward stuff.
We know. We know. We're also gonna. We would lip read and hear you shit talking us, all that jazz. So have a great night, Confluence. We will talk to you again.
Have you seen me pick my nose?
We did. And everybody, I'm going to drop his link one more time. Please give Confluence a follow. Hang on, I'm going to find it. Please give Confluence a follow. Give everybody a follow. And if you can see them chatting, because most of them do, if you can see them chatting, click their names and give them a follow here on Twitch, because all of these debaters, we couldn't do this without them. So talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Take care, guys. Thanks, Horse.
Who was against dropping the hard R?
Wait, before this kick. Oh, okay. He already. He said
We're not talking. We're not.
Minutes.
All right. I got like
Confluence.
I got like
to chat with
literally 20 minutes left before I have a hard out. I kind of want to decompress.
But okay,
panel.
see you, buddy.
I kind of want
Anyways,
to open panel as well on Horse's stuff. And normally I think I can, but today because I have to. I'm waking up tomorrow. I'm going tubing. Okay, I'm going down a fucking river. Okay, and it's exciting, but I got to be up like 7 in the morning. So normally I would stay. I want to stay up.
My neighbors are wonderful people.
Especially because I want to decompress a little bit.
I'm muting Loodle, bro.
How's it going, Big Soda? How's it going, brother?
Attaboy.
I thought we had muted him.
Why can't I hear you?
Yeah, I server muted him. Then he said he was back.
Say something, Big Soda.
You hear me now?
This guy is just.
I can't hear you at all. Weird. Can you guys hear Big Soda?
He's living in your head rent free.
Fuck up something.
For real, bro. I got snubbed.
Right now we're basically just waiting until we start talking about the thing again.
Someone tell me in chat. Chat.
I will say again.
You guys hear Big Soda right now, or what's good?
I hear them in the background.
I can't.
Because otherwise, I might have to rejoin. Maybe. Can you all hear Big Soda? Am I still on Horse's stream? I left. How am I still on Horse's stream? I closed his stuff.
You hear me now?
No. Someone confirm if I'm still on Horse's stream. I shouldn't be. I closed everything. I think. I'm pretty sure. Did I not leave? Did I not leave correctly? They're talking in the back, but it's gone. Okay, it might be a stream delay. Okay, I'm going to try leaving and rejoining.
Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if y'all guys can hear me. Okay, yeah, they hear me.
Now.
Do you hear me?
That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why can't I hear Big Soda? That makes no fucking sense.
Chat hears me.
That literally makes no sense. How do I fix this? How does everything get fucked when I leave the channel? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. That literally makes no sense. That actually makes no sense.
You may have, well, you probably can't hear me, but you may have to.
Okay, let me, I'll check my audio. Yeah, maybe my audio is fucked. Okay, Big Soda, keep talking. Continuously talk. I'm gonna like run through a bunch of stuff. Shit. Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. Say something.
Do you hear me? Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, I don't know what the fuck happened there. Someone confirm I'm not still like live on Horses, because that like is scaring me, because I don't want to be like fucking saying nonsense while I'm like still live. So someone confirm that. I have to take a hot pee. Big Soda, it's up to you. Tell me how I did. I can still hear you, except maybe when I go into the depths of the bathroom, in which I maybe can't. But
we'll find out. Well, I think he did an above average job. I'd rank it pretty good. I agree with you on your first decision. I think Mel won. I'm not didn't really follow that guy's argument too well. I think Mel made the better argument. I think the fact that he didn't bring up kind of the cultural acceptance of using specific, I guess, untoward words or slurs in certain communities. And I think if he maybe would have pressed that more, he probably would have, I guess, done better in the debate. But yeah, no, I think Mel won. To be honest, the middle and last debate I didn't really like too well either. Sounded like nonsense to me. And a little bit of awkward silence filled the stream.
Okay, well, shit. I heard. You're not.
What'd you hear up to?
I heard that it disconnected very quickly. More. You said
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it.
An above average job, and then it just went.
Okay.
Dark.
I think you did an above average job. I said I even agree with you, like your decision on Mel. I thought Mel won that debate. The second and third debate, it weren't, to me. I didn't find them too enjoyable debates. But I thought judging you did pretty well.
Okay. You're being dead ass. Like, I want everyone to be dead ass.
No, I mean serious.
Dead ass.
Because it's like the interesting thing about judging, it seems like you were paying enough attention to their, I guess, arguments that either you're taking notes well or you're actually listening to them, and then being able to or base your questions around not just the last thing they said, but things that they said in the beginning of the debate.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Les
Yeah.
Chief, I want to hear from you as well. You've been on horses. Because I got that anxiety. I got that anxiety because Horse he's been asking me to judge for a couple months, and I'm worried that he's like built me up in his mind, and that maybe I did a terrible job, and he's like, fuck, now like, do I have to have this guy back? You know? The only thing is your judgment were long-winded. Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's maybe that's something Keelan I have to rectify, because I was fucking locked in. I took a lot of notes. Like I got like 6 pages of notes right now that I typed up from this. And so yeah, it's hard when it goes to judging for me to like take the notes and then like condense them, because like in the moment, right, everything is happening, so I'm like taking all the notes, but there's not really like, it's not like there's like a 20-minute pause where now I get to like reread my notes and then condense them into like a critique, right? So I'm just kind of going through the notes and like trying to like talk on the spot, which is a little hard. I was impressed you judged the actual debates and not the prompts. Thank you, Rage Page. But as long as y'all not glazing me, okay? That's because I want like real, because I don't want to, like, Horse is like super nice. You know, he was like super nice. We love Horseradish. But I don't want to like, you know, if I'm not a good judge, I don't want to do it again. And everyone fucking thinks I'm a terrible judge. You know what I mean?
Well, fuck what they think.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be like an obligation where it's like, oh shit, you know, this guy, now we gotta have him back, or I don't know. I'm getting that imposter syndrome and shit. I gotta grab another drink. Okay, we got 30 minutes left. Okay, everyone can join. I think the link's been. I didn't pin it. I guess. Fuck. Well, you know, it's not gonna be pinned, but you can find it. It's here again. If anyone wants to join and talk to me, help me decompress a little bit. You know, help me relax. I'm reviewing Conflujudge judgments on my panel tomorrow. The main thing I feel like I was a bit spooked, because like I gave Mel an 8-2. I thought that was a blowout in my mind. And I mean, I guess like that's the thing. I wish, like, again, for future things, it just so happens that tomorrow I have like early plans, which almost never happens to me. Because I really want to press them on that. Like that's the main thing. Like I think Mel won by a lot, because I think Lucy I think the prompt ends up being nonsense if you interpret the prompt as in like it's about the historical context, which I asked her in my question, and she said yes, right? That so obviously no one would say there's a sequence of syllables or phonemes that you could link together that is just objectively wrong. No one thinks that. Literally, no one on earth thinks that. Like that doesn't make sense. So
Mhm.
I know Horse was saying, well, yeah, but people can interpret the prompts in their own way, and I think that's true. I don't know if that's like a very steel manable position though, because like literally there is no argument, there's no possible conceivable argument on the other side to say that just like rearranging letters in a certain way is just like objectively wrong. Obviously, the context that Mel was talking about is in our current state, and so
Yeah.
that's why I thought it was a blowout, especially when again, I had it at 7-3, but then when Lucy kind of shut down, that's something else I want to hear about. What you guys think? I don't think Mel was over talking. I don't think she was. I think she was doing like kind of a normal job. But then Lucy was like, "You're interrupting me constantly. I would even continue." She kind of just disengaged at that point.
Hmm.
So I don't
Yeah,
know.
I agree with that. I think it was a weird, awkward moment because I think, like, it seemed like Mel. I mean, Mel was being more assertive, but I don't think she was doing anything untoward in the debate. I think she was just like what she said when she was trying to kill dead air. I think yes, she was accomplishing that, and I think the other person just wasn't being, I guess, assertive enough, as though like she's just waiting for, I guess, it to be his slash hers time to speak. And I don't think that's how Mel was taking the debate. It was more of a back and forth. So the moment you get done speaking, I'm going to start speaking.
Right? Yeah. Like I don't like it, and I even said this that as a bit of a kind of inside joke, but also a real thing. As like right, that I think I'm the first one to notice if Mel is like interrupting and over talking and being a little shit. I just didn't get that vibe. I was like kind of shocked when Lucy like disengaged in that way and was like, "Oh, you're why would I even bother speaking? You're just interrupting me constantly, acting like Mel's like futoying the whole thing." I that took me like completely. That came from left field. I didn't think that was the case at all. And so that's why I took off another point because at that point it was already 7-3, and I was like, "You're just disengaging for the next 2 minutes." Even Mel, to her credit, right? She said, "I'll let you talk, for like 2 minutes uninterrupted. Go ahead." And Lucy was just like, "No, no, you've done too much like interrupting. I'm not gonna do it." I think that's like, I think that's kind of I don't think that's like super great. But let's Chief. You're on horses all the time. So let's Chief, I asked you before, but I want to. Do you think I did an okay job? Be dead ass with me. Be actually dead ass. Be actually dead ass. Okay. Not well. I don't even think I have to say that because I feel like you'd go out of your way to shit on me. Let's Chief. But I actually want to know if I did an okay job. I actually honestly want to know. Actually, because I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back if I fucked up. I think you were great at message horse about okay. Okay, if that's dead ass, then thank you. Because I actually want to know. I actually want to know.
Yeah, I think you're being
Actually,
sensitive right now.
I hope that's true. 'Cause, yeah, I'm like I said, I was so stressed. I was like way more stressed than if I was just doing debating. I was way more stressed. It's just because I guess I've debated before, but I've never fucking judged, and so I'm like, I don't know what the expectations are. I don't know, and especially with the Mel thing, where I was like so off on what I guess the other judge said, Doomer, and then what the audience said, that I'm like, oh shit, did I like fuck up?
Well, I thought you were right in that instance.
I ag-
I,
Look,
I
Caleb,
put
I agree with this.
maybe not
I was doing it on
8,
purpose.
but at least like 6 or 7 is what I would have done personally, like favoring Mel.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like I said, yeah, I was at first I was at 7, and then it was just a thing at the end that then I was like, you know what, fuck it, it's got to be an 8, just because
I
of the
respect it.
6-7. Thank you, Les Chief. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, I was like super nervous. I was super nervous. But I had a fun time. I had a really fun time.
It seems enjoyable.
What cologne did I buy? I don't even fucking know the fucking name of it. I don't even know. It's got like sandalwood in it, which then Testy fucking tells me that you ought not smell like sandalwood. I'm sorry, I want to smell like sandalwood. Sex, okay? If a bro wants to smell like sandalwood, sure, that's fine. I love you too, Alex. I love you too. Kind of a rush judging. I kind of feel like God right now, you know? It's like, this is my fucking verdict, you know? It is what it is, you know?
You'd have to
All my
accept it.
self-doubt, no, fuck that shit. You know, I'm the one who knows, okay? I'm the one who judges, okay? You know, fuck confidence from 20 seconds ago. Fuck that shit. Now I'm high off my own fucking supply, okay? For real.
Mel, you want this win? Beg for it.
It is weird. The second debate about that was I feel like that was like someone said it was like two people talking around a cafeteria. It was a good discussion, but they just agreed on so much. That was honestly really hard. The one I gave to Vigi. But the other two, it's ironic that it's like on both sides, I disagree with the thing. Like looking at that thing, I think like Mel should have like lost that. Like that prompt should have been like an easy W for the negative one. And then with the mandatory minimums, there absolutely, in my opinion, should be mandatory minimums. I think it's fucking insane to say otherwise. But just the arguments just like weren't enough. They weren't enough. But it's like, so I'm voting against my best interests, I suppose. And actually, God, I wish I didn't have to go to bed so early because I have so many questions. It's about even what one of the main things that like stuck. I had to like control myself so bad was when I asked the question to Razor about what did I fucking ask him? Oh God, I had it in my head and I just lost it.
I think it echoed for us during that time.
Okay, I had a question and he like fucking I was like so triggered by it. Oh yeah. He said, because his whole thing was that people shouldn't be that the average person shouldn't be involved in politics and they should instead trusted communicators. And I said, well, how do you know if someone's like a trusted communicator? And I think Horace kind of like went when he had his question on the same kind of vein, because Razor said like you should just like see who has your best interest in mind. And then even when Horace asked him again, he didn't really give a better answer, which I think is like a bit crazy because like obviously like if you're a conservative and if you're looking at like talking heads and you look at Matt Walsh, you would think Matt Walsh has your best interest in mind. He's talking about like what the same thing that Razor would say is fear mongering. Well, how do you know that's fear mongering? If Matt Walsh is saying, look, the trans people are going to destroy society, whether or not that's true, let's table that. But like, how do you know epistemologically if that's true? You would have to know. So you have to be informed to some extent to know if that guy is peddling you a bill of false goods. In the same way to say that like, oh, well, look who's offering you Medicare for all, or look who's offering you. Well, how do you know if that's actually a good thing, not only for you, but also for society? And so I was like biting my tongue so hard to be like, because I felt when I asked that question to Razor, I felt like Razor was just going to like his actual, just like what he believes, like his left-wing bias of like being like, well, just see who, if they're saying, he even directly said, if it's like some like right-wing person saying this stuff, then well, you shouldn't believe him. But if someone doing some type of like, you know, social program, then you should believe them. And it's like, but that's because you're on the left. So of course you're going to believe that. But it's like, but let's say you're just an uninformed political person. How the fuck do you know if the right-wing guy if Ben Shapiro is telling you the truth, or if fucking, you know, I don't know, fucking Parker is telling you the truth? Like, so I wish I was in the cross because I really want to know how he would answer that fucking question. It was dumb to make the biased talking points, but maybe they're trying to appeal to each other's politics. Yeah, there was there was between both of them. They're obviously on the left, both of them, which is fine. But yeah, I wanted to hear maybe a more robust metric of like, if you are truly uninformed, how the fuck are you supposed to determine, right? If you're someone in the center, because it's one thing to say, well, oh, that guy's fear mongering, but it's only fear mongering if you know enough to know that this isn't a real threat. If it is a real threat, it's not fear mongering. It's just alerting you to an actual present danger, right? Because when when the left people would talk about like Palantir, they wouldn't call it fear mongering. Neither would I, by the way, right? But they would. That is you're kind of using fear as an incentive. You're saying this company is so powerful and it has all this stuff about spying on us and using AI to like target other people, right? That could be, but if that's wrong, it's fear mongering. If it's overblown, it's fear mongering. If it's true, then it's the correct amount of using fear as a leverage point to get people to vote a certain way or get people to have stances in a certain way, right? So I don't think it answers the question of like how do we actually determine what's correct or what's not correct?
Yep.
Your thoughts, Big Soda?
No, I absolutely agree because I think like I had a couple issues with his argument because it seems like I guess what's the best way? At what point do you know generally about politics, but you're still not informed enough to vote about actual policies to fix those problems? Does that make sense? It's like you
Right.
notice an issue and you try to fix that, but how do you trust, I guess, the person that's also giving you this policy is going to fix that?
Yeah.
It's like that's based on your own judgment, and it's like I guess is that I guess what threshold is that uninformed to where you should probably just trust someone on TV that's talking to you?
Yeah, that's why I think I said this in my in my judgment that the mental health thing, I wish there was more talk about that because there is maybe a degree which is going to be hard to pinpoint exactly. There's a degree of being involved in politics which I think is necessary, right? To bridge that gap of being informed enough to know who you should trust at the very least, right? You have to be informed enough to know if people are snake oil salesmen or not, but there also maybe is too much involved in politics, whereas I think Razor said correctly that it's going to negatively impact your personal life. Like there is an
Yeah.
amount of politics, and I did like what he said at the beginning about like how, because this is something I've noted before, that like all of us, both people on the panel and watching Horseradish's thing, are not the average person. If you're watching Horse or you're on Horse panel, you are not the average person. You are more into politics than like 99% of people right off the
Yeah.
rip, right? So that's not the average person, which I agree with that. But then it's like, I guess I wish he would have established maybe some type of threshold where it's like you have to be informed at this amount, but then the hyper fixation on politics is gonna cause you to like be, mentally unwell or like be like terminally online or like too in tune with the news. And I wish there was more talk about that because I think that's an actual real thing. I think most people, like my opinion, I think most people should be involved in politics to a degree. And I think
Mhm.
past a certain degree, it's probably for most people going to cause them to like do worse.
Yeah.
Why is Confluence debating a Neanderthal? Yeah, why are you such a
Oh, whoa.
Neanderthal?
Are we saying Noah hides are Neanderthals now?
Yeah, that's
That's
so anti-Semitic.
crazy.
That's crazy.
Wow.
He was unwilling to go far enough to argue this. If he was really still Manning, then he should have rejected voting too. He could have made an interesting argument, but it's like he wanted to lose. Yeah, like I was expecting. That's why that one was hard. Like I thought Vigi made the stronger argument, but yeah, I thought maybe you could make a better argument if you just went like 10 toes down in one direction. I guess he didn't have enough time. Could have even drawn inspiration from Lenin. Well, I think he did. I don't know if I kind of missed part of what he said after. I can't remember if I was peeing or grabbing a drink or whatever, but he said that there was something about the debate prompt that he didn't really agree with it, but did anyone else hear this? There was something about the debate prompt he didn't agree with, but he just thought, "Fuck it, I'll do this prompt anyway," which is probably why they seem to agree for like the vast majority of the time. But did you catch that, Big Soda? There was I
Yeah.
don't know exactly what was said, but there was something like that.
Yeah, at the end, I guess it was the second debate with that had laser in it.
Razor and Vigi.
Yeah, and he made the comment that I guess he didn't know that this is what the prompt meant, and so he had to steel man, I guess, the new prompt. Well, I didn't think he did too good of a job, so
Yeah, because it kind of did feel like maybe he was arguing something. There's just like so much agreement between both of them that it's like, yeah, I don't know if, yeah,
But
I
but if it
believe
coped to a certain level, because it's kind of like, well, what if you thought you were going to do better at this, and then at the end you just claim, well, I didn't think it was like this, so I had to do my best to still manage. It's like, you think there's a level of cope to that maybe you're just getting destroyed in the debate, and now you pick out the prompt.
It could be because it's one of those situations where it's like fighting a 6-year-old girl, right? If you win, you kind of lose, and if you lose, then you lose. It's like kind of like a lose-lose, or it's a win-win. And so it's similar to that, where it's like, yeah, if he won, then he has the option of being like, look, I took a perspective I didn't even really agree with, and I still won the debate. And if you lose, then you have the self-handicapping advantage of being like, hey, yeah, this isn't really a prompt I wanted. I didn't really agree with it, but I did my best to still manage it. So if I lost, I lost. So yeah, there is possibly cope there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and did you notice it seemed to rub? I forget I guess channel or the host's name.
Horse,
yeah, first. At first, it seemed to rub him the wrong way. It seems like he hears it a lot. Or at least I remember him making a comments about it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing, but my mic was clipping, and I feel like Horse said something about the importance of reading the prompt carefully.
Yeah,
something like that. It's like, that's fair.
And he's not wrong. I mean, I guess he has to gauge it on entertainment. And so if you're over here arguing something, I guess, well, in his case, it wasn't totally irrelevant. But if you cuck yourself in the prompt, then it's like it's not the best debate performance. It kind of makes you look bad. It makes the host look bad because you never know how it's going to go.
Yeah, because as someone who's debated on horses before, a couple times, right? Like, he makes it known that, like, hey, if you don't like the wording of the prompt, you can suggest an alteration. Like, it's not like you're committed to that specific wording. So if you're afraid of being prompt cucked, right, then you can change it. I mean, that's almost like that's my main thing with the Lucy one, and that's why I think Mel won so hard. It's like, but I think maybe Horse disagreed with me on that, right? That that okay, they have their interpretation of the prompt, but at a certain point, I think if the interpretation of the prompt is so out of what everyone would interpret that as, I don't know if I care about a technicality, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I should, but what Lucy, because that's why I asked her that question, right? About if there was no racism, right? I think I said if the antebellum period didn't happen at all, if Black people were never racialized and had bigoted attitudes thrust upon him, right? Would that word be bad? And then she said no. It's like it's based on that context, but that's just I think that's just a little bit retarded, I guess, because I'm repeating myself, but no one would claim that. No one would claim that the syllables that make up the N word is the objectively wrong thing. Of course, it's based on the historical context. I think a plain reading of that prompt, but I don't know. I mean, the other Doomer voted in a very opposite direction. I think 7-3, and the audience voted in favor of not Mel as well. But I don't know.
I mean, I guess the way I was interpreting it, which isn't always right, but I thought Mel did I guess, in my opinion, I thought Mel did probably second best, the second best debate, and I think she did the second best performance outside of, I guess, the lawyer guy.
Yeah, I think Mel did a really good job. And I don't know, there is an amount where it's if I understand that, I understand prompt cucking is a valid thing. Kirk himself got prompt cucked, but that's on him in that instance, right? That's on him. But with this one, it's I don't think that's a fair interpretation. I think that by context we mean literally historical context and anything, because otherwise the prompt would be rendered absolutely useless because literally, again, there's not an argument you could make on planet Earth. There's not even a conceivable argument to say that just the syllables themselves are inherently wrong. Obviously, we're talking about based on what's happened. Can you say any word in the present day? And does it matter about the context in the present day? You can't like just say, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. Like there is an amount. Like I understand, and maybe if like Lucy argued better with that, then maybe. But I don't know. There is something I have to think on. But there is an amount where I feel like if your interpretation of the prompt is so far off of what like other people would interpret the prompt to be, I don't know if that's like necessarily valid anymore. I don't know if you're actually prompt cucking. You're trying to prompt cuck, but I don't know if it's successful. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And I share that interpretation. Or I guess your interpretation, not their interpretation.
Yeah, because I just can't. And again, I wish I was a part of the open dialogue because I would want to press Lucy on that because I feel like that's. I mean, but I know Lucy. I mean, I guess she said she's in the Ukraine or something, and so probably ESL. I guess I'm guessing just based on the accent and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there was maybe some like maybe she actually did take it in that way. In which case, then I guess you have two people talking past each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think for a normal like English as a first language speaker, I think based on that prompt, it didn't even occur to me because I looked at that prompt, I thought about it, right? It didn't even cross my mind that someone would interpret context to be like the even all of history in a context. And if you remove that, because then again, you have if you take away all the context and what you're left with is something that is a meaningless statement, then I think that just you have the onus is on you to realize that's a nonsense prompt, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what it would be. Because again, no one on the face of the earth would say that just stringing together syllables is going to be objectively wrong, right? No one would say that. Obviously, context is in some type of present
Yeah.
space. So yeah, but I mean, it was enjoyable. It was enjoyable. All the debates. The second one was the least enjoyable, probably because I guess Razor, was trying to steel man it, but they just kind of agreed the most of the time. But yeah, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that.
No, it was a fun time.
I appreciate you, Big Soda, decompressing with me because I need to decompress because I was dopamined up, but also cortisoled up.
Oh, that's a bad combination.
It's a fucking disastrous combination to some degree. Yeah, it is. But there's a lot of stress going on. I think I got less stressed out as it went on. I was like nervous, and I think I got less nervous, but still fucking nervous.
Well, it seemed like there's a lot of people over there that like you.
I hope so.
But he said a lot of people recommended you.
What? But that's what scares me. That's what made me so nervous because this has been a back and forth for like months. Was Horses? This is why I'm anxious because Horse for months has been like, when can you judge? And then I'm like, okay, I could do it in this month. And this has been like 3 months, but where we're talking back and forth, and it's like, okay, I'll judge. So then I feel like all this pressure. Like if I do a fucking terrible job, and he's like, and he said, oh, all these people have said that you should judge. Like, and then I just fucking shit the bed. Then it's like, oh my god, So I think that's what's been like going in my subconscious with this, right? It's like if I shit the bed so hard after people have recommended me, and after like,
the problem is
fucking awful.
You've gone too far in the ego death. You need to come back a little bit. You need a little bit of that ego to be like, nah, this was the best judging that's ever been done on Horseradish's channel.
Yeah, that's what the 10 goes down at. Be like, fuck everyone who disagreed with me. Fuck
Yeah,
the audience,
they're wrong.
Fuck Doomer Patriot. He's just fucking wrong. He's objectively wrong. Okay.
And start spurging out and calling people out in chat.
Do you ever, I mean, probably everyone has intrusive thoughts, you know, everyone has that, right?
Oh
Everyone's
yeah.
got that. I'm not weird for having intrusive thoughts, but there's so many times, just probably because I built this up in my mind, which I should have, because there's a lot, you know, I feel like there's a lot on this. But there's just so many moments where I was like, what if I just said the N-word right now? What would happen
Just dropped it.
what if I just did? What if I just fucking did it, you know? And I'm not that I would, but that thought crossed my mind numerous times. What if Horace is like, okay, I want you to judge, and I show up and I'm like, boom, and I just get to US this whole stream.
Confluence, if you would have grabbed your glasses, took them off, stared into the camera, and just dropped the N-bomb, that would have been the greatest thing.
That'd be kind of a power move. It would be kind of a power move. You know, that's the enticing thing about it all.
A+ judging. A+. May have been banned immediately, but A+.
Exactly. See,
But it'd be a little too Kirkian.
It would be a bit Kirkian, yeah. We don't do that. I can tell you say it while wrapping around your white friends just by looking at you, Asmin. Yeah, Keelan, I'll defend the private use of any fucking slur, okay? Sometimes I just look at myself in the mirror and I just say random slurs. Just to look myself in the eye, dead ass. I do it without the sunglasses on, of course, just because I want to see what I feel in the mirror, my reflective self, about various words. And I only do that so I can correctly judge the Mel versus Lucy debate, right? Is this because I'm in a private context? Is this okay?
Mhm.
Is this not okay? This is something I've been studying. I've been collecting data on this. Okay. What is my perceived reaction? What do I think? What is my mere self? This is you could do a regression analysis on this, okay? To be clear.
And you don't need Kirk.
Yeah, you don't even need Kirk. You don't even need him. I'll let you know, Keelan, about what the regression analysis shows, because I've done it. I have the data. I have the data, and I can run the simulations on the river. I don't know what you do with the regression analysis, but that's fine. But it is my heart out. I'm going to be tubing tomorrow down a river. It's supposed to be 46 degrees Celsius tomorrow, by the way. I'm probably going to. So if I actually, okay, low key, real talk, if I don't come back, that means I died of heat stroke. Okay, real talk. Just so you American fucks out there, I'm going to tell you what 46 is in 46 Celsius in Fahrenheit, 115 degrees. I'm going to be tubing in 115 degree Fahrenheit weather down a river. And once you're on the river, you can't exactly get off because then you're just in fucking water. And then what are you supposed to do? Just swim to shore and do what? You're going to die of heat stroke anyway. So yeah, it's not going to be, that's very hot. 115 is incredibly hot. I would think every American would agree with that.
Oh yeah. No, imagine dropping the N-bomb and then going tubing and then disappearing.
That if I am about to pass out from heat stroke, that will be my last word. I'm just gonna scream. You know,
And is that morally wrong?
the K word. Yeah, like if let's say it's just the birds that hear me in that moment. You know, have I done something wrong? I feel like that's a fair context. If I was on Horseradish's channel right now, I would bring up this exact example. I'm about to die and I scream the N-word. Is that contextually incorrect?
That fine? That seems morally fine.
115 is crazy. I live in the shittiest part ever. You're in the water? No, I'm not, because I'm not actually in a tube. I'm in like a fucking, I have like a little raft thing. So none of my body's in water. I mean, I can always go into the water. That's why I'm doing it. I'm hoping, I don't really know science and stuff, but I'm hoping that if I get too hot, I could just go into water, and then I'm hoping I'll survive that way. I don't know if that's correct, but we'll find out. Yeah, well, yeah, the worst sunburn of my life actually was 2 years ago on the same tube ride on the same river. Let's see. I didn't know you could get a sunburn as bad as I got. My legs were tanned for literally, I'm not being hyperbolic, literally 6 months. 6 months I had a tan line on where my shorts ended and my upper thigh, if you want to imagine that, began. There was a definitive, an incredible tan line between both of those things. So yeah, and I was using sunscreen that day, so I hope I'm not going to get super burned. You might see me the next time I'm live, which I guess is probably going to be tomorrow, I suppose. Yeah, and I might be incredibly burned. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that's the problem as well. And once you go into the water, it's a bit of an effort to get back into the raft. You know, there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems. But look, I have Zins. I'm gonna buy some cigarettes, which I only smoke cigarettes in very rare occasions now. But tubing is one of them. I will be buying a pack of cigs, and I will be fucking smoking that shit. I will be drinking some fucking Trulies. I got a pack of Trulies. I bought 6 liters of water. I'm hoping that keeps me alive. But again, if you don't see me, I died of heat stroke. So GG no re.
Days.
Confluence. Ask all the tubers if they're at Don Quixote before you launch. Take a video. Madness Street interview. Yeah. Well, no, tubing do be like that because so when I don't know if you've ever gone tubing down a river before, right? But so me and my friends, we attached all the tubes together, but then you eventually, just by dint of fate or luck or destiny, perhaps, I'm not sure, but you end up maybe bumping into another group and now you're just talking to some random fucking group. And so, I could ask fair because you're in some random fucking conversation that you didn't consent to. It's just fucking nature itself has brought you to that point with the current itself, right? I mean, who can deny that? So there is a lot of random chicanery that does happen. But anyway, I do have to go to bed. I have to wake up so early because we're trying to beat the heat because again, it's 115 degrees Fahrenheit, which is awful. But yes.
Well, enjoy it.
You can have non-consensual conversations. Yeah, well, yeah, it actually does happen. It does happen because the tubes do be bumping. Your tube gang is gonna bump into another tube gang, and now you're just in conversation. It could be anyone. It could be anyone. So yeah, Kirk should do that. You could ask them about Don Quixote and his math questions, and you can't really get away because the current's not that fast, and you can try to paddle away. But if someone fucking latches on to you,
you're done
which would be
for.
what Kirk does, a little rapey coated, right? He would probably just fucking tie his rope around there, and now you're just grouped, and now Kirk is just gonna do all that weird stuff. Anyway, I'm filibustering. Well, not filibustering. I don't want to go to bed. I guess that is filibustering in a way because I don't want to go to bed. But that would make a good horror movie. Jaws puts Kirk on a tubing trip. That's true. That is true. But anyway, okay, we will go to bed. We will go to bed. This complex is going to be up early. God bless all of you. Take care. 07s. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're talking about. I'm not sure. I haven't thought that far ahead. Unless, again, if I die, it's a tubing related accident. Okay, don't look too far into it. And thank you especially to the super chatters because yes, if you like what you saw, because I don't really like that I can't speak so much to the chat, although I think I got used to it at the end. I'm just technologically challenged, but the super chats is what makes the dream come true. So thank you, Alex, with $20. Thank you to Sigurd Johnson. Thank you, Testy, again. Thank you, World Radio. Thank you, Testy. Thank you, World Radio, again. Thank you, Darkside Deaconess. Thank you, K2. Keep on trucking. And thank you, of course, Big Soda, my fucking co-host. God bless all of you. God bless the chat. God bless the panel, etc. Well, I'm the only one on the panel. God bless me. God bless me. That's fine to say. 07s, you guys. 07s. Take care. Bow, 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 bow.